Welcome to the old Edwardians sports ground. It is a lovely morning, a nice fresh morning. We had some rain over last night. It has been one of those very interesting tri-series. If you're a South African supporter, if you're an Indian supporter, you'll be sitting back relaxing because you know that your team has made the final. It is South Africa taking on Afghanistan in this must-win tri-series, as we see the South African under-19 team with Luandre Pretorius, the wicket-keeper, Steve Stork, David Teager, the captain, Richard Seletwane, Devan Murray, Oliver Whitehead, John James coming back into this team, Riley Norton, Sipho Potsana keeping his spot, Kubani Mokoena, and Kwena Mpaka is making up the playing 11 for SA under-19. Afghanistan under-19 is playing 11 as Hassan Esakil, Usman Khan Shinwari, Jamshid Sadran, Sohail Khan Zurmatai, Noman Shah Aga, the wicketkeeper. Then we also got Zurmati coming in, Allah Muhammad, Arab Gul Nomant, Bashir Ahmed Afghan, Faridun Dawudzai, very exciting bowler. And that all makes part of the playing 11. And with me is the man that is going to join me in the trenches today. The Avengers have got Stark. We've got Ken Borland.
Probably more of a Captain America man, but I'll take Tony Stark. Certainly a compliment. So the equation very simple for South Africa under 19 here. If they win, they're in the final because their net run rate is already better than Afghanistan's. Afghanistan is minus 1.20, South Africa minus 0.7. So the first step towards that, I guess, South Africa under 19 winning the toss and getting to bowl first on a new pitch we haven't used yet in this tournament, right on the edge of the square. And taking a look this morning, it looks hard. It's quite well grassed. And I think South Africa are hoping that pace and bounce will be the undoing of Afghanistan here.
As you see, Kwena Mpaka coming in. It's a good start. It is a young man that's done great work for South Africa thus far. Been relying on a bit of pace, hitting 2 lengths instead of just that consistent lengths. But starting up, he did take 2 wickets in his very first over against India, where we thought, oh, this is going to be it. And then a great fight back by India.
He's bowled very well up front, Mpaka. Taken a bit of tap on in his return spells, so that'll be a bit of a concern.
Aisha Gill facing up and just trying to assess how much swing there will be today, Ken.
Yeah, there are a few clouds about, but they're very high up, wispy sort of clouds. It feels more of a batting day today. I don't think there'll be too much swing around.
I think those first 10 overs will be the key, maybe 15. Just seeing the swing off. As you know, Kwena Mpaka can swing it back into the right-handers. Aisha Gill facing up for his third delivery. Oh, a bit of a thumble there at short fine leg. Got a hand to it, and it just goes for 4.
Yeah, well, it flew very quickly down the leg side there, and the fielder would have had to have been at his best to cut that one off. A valiant effort, but unable to prevent it running away for the first boundary of the innings.
And also the first runs, and it's a clear-cut plan using the swing that Mpaka gets. And it nearly paid off. I think if he timed that a little bit better, the player might have been in play there. Oh, this one beating outside, getting the edge. Come on! Aisha Gill looking up to the umpire. All South Africans heard something, and again, striking in his first over is Kwena Mpaka.
Yeah, wonderful delivery, just outside off stump. There was a bit of bounce there, and obviously he's bowling with pace as well. We didn't hear the nick here, but the wind is behind us, so we're not going to hear as well as the umpire does at the far end. There must have been a thin edge, but just the start South Africa wanted.
Exactly what the doctor ordered. And taking that ball across after he swung 3 deliveries back into the right-hander. And Eshakil getting off the mark with the flick down to third man. So you see the replay here of that. Just fetching that one a little bit. It also might be a sign of an edge when a batter looks back directly to see if the ball carries or not.
Yeah, well, the appeal was instantaneous and very convincing. He could have left that one. It was wide enough, certainly, for Eshakil to let it go this early in the match.
I think it's those 3 deliveries that came back into the right-hander that opted to play, maybe played for the swing, and this just carried on with the angle, with the left-armer coming over the wicket.
Yeah, wonderful bowling, Kret. As you say, Kwena Mapaka showing early on his ability to move the ball both ways.
As you see the new batter, Jamshid Sadran, coming in. He's been the mainstay for Afghanistan. He's been scoring good runs, and what India did well is they got him very early. They bogged him down at one end. He couldn't play the free-flowing game and that rotational game that he loves, and they just bogged him down and got him very early, and that is what stopped the runs for Afghanistan in their game.
Yeah, Afghanistan are coming off a very poor batting display, bowled out for 88 by India, which really gave their net run rate a massive blow, because India knocked those runs off in just over a dozen overs. And of course that's helped South Africa considerably, because they're now ahead of Afghanistan on run rate, so they just need to win. They don't have to worry about how much.
Yeah, and the loss against India didn't help South Africa, so everyone else helping us, not helping ourselves at the moment. Still yet to pick up our first victory in this tri-series. And Andre Pretoria is expecting a little bit more bounce as he stands back a few extra steps. Oh, Nick, and oh, nearly a fantastic catch at second slip. This ball really moving off the deck. A lateral movement, a very lucky fall down to third man, and oh, nearly the second one down.
Well, it was a fantastic delivery from Kwena Mapaka. And you can see Jamshed was just prodding at it very awkwardly as it swerved across him.
It just looked like that one swung and then swung a little bit more later on as well. Jamshed had no idea of that one. Luckily getting a very thick edge and just eluding Steve Stork there on second slip.
I guess soft hands saved him a little bit as well there, because the edge went down to ground. It would have been an unbelievable catch, picking it up off the turf if Stark had got it.
Another great start, although this over's gone for 8 runs. Nothing convincingly off the bat. Already picking up the one. Another wicket, yeah, 8 for 2. I think any captain will take that.
Yeah, already it's been just the start Captain David Teager would have wanted, sending Afghanistan into bat, striking in the first over. And Mapaka looking very, very dangerous.
This one just going for a little bit too much swing, dropping it down on leg stump, and Jamshed, the player, is very easy single to get off the mark. And that's the end of the very first over. A very eventful over and a successful over for South Africa, and gotta say, successful over for Afghanistan as well. 9 runs coming from it, but already lost the first wicket of Hassan Eshakil.
Mapaka bowling to a 7-2 offside field there, so that's a tough ask for a bowler, especially a young one like Kwena Mapaka, but he does have great control. That's one of his best attributes. And he only bowled I suppose 2 deliveries that were slightly leg side-ish.
But also to mention that that leg side fend-off that they have nearly went to a hand with the man there at fine leg. So it might be a bit of a plan as well. And South Africa still going with the 2 slips. No gully in place. They do have a third man for the left-hander Jamshed. And then also fine leg inside the circle and a square leg coming out. As we see Nkubani Mokoena coming into the attack, joining Mokoena with the opening bowler. Right-hander does swing the ball away from the right-hander batters and into the left-hander. And definitely a little bit more carry there. Let's call that wider loosener for the bowler.
Yeah, the carry was good. The bounce was nice. Just the direction was a bit wayward. Komani Mokoena took 2 for 58 against India under 19s, none for 23 against Afghanistan in their first meeting. So mixed fortunes for the young man from Durban.
Oh, and not a great start here for Mokoena. It is an indifferent start, a single off the bat of Jamshed, and also a front foot no ball. So how nice is this to have a free hit with your first ball that you're going to face? A bit of a free hit.
Like garden cricket, can't be out first ball.
Went up. Front foot, back.
Lucky for South Africa, the batters have changed, so they can change the field as well. As we see the big man, Norton, coming to this long on fence. They're also sending out deep square. Slips coming out. Getting into mid-wicket.
Usman Khan Shinwari made his Afghanistan under-19 debut 4 days ago against India under-19s. Scored just 3. So he'll be looking to make a lot more of an impact in this game. Of course, players on all the teams are vying for places for when the under-19 World Cup proper gets underway on January 19th.
That's correct, yes. South Africa taking on the Windies in that inaugural game. It's going to be fascinating stuff over 5 cities. Oh, the free hit goes to air. We kind of figured it will be the short one. He did extract extra bounce in that first delivery. And another single. Just getting the Sinwari off the strike and getting him going as well. First legal delivery of the over.
And I think Captain David Tigger will be very happy that, despite there have been a few runs leaked, but certainly the plan seems to be paying off. That short, pacey lifting delivery from Mokoena had the batsman in trouble. I mean, he top-edged that straight up. If it hadn't have been a free hit, he definitely would have been caught. So there's enough in this pitch already for, I think, the home side to be very encouraged.
Oh, but you need to pitch the ball. You could just see Jamshed throwing his head back. He knows he missed out. That must have gone to the fence. And Richard Seretswane doing a great job in the covers. And it's true what you say, Ken. There's a lot in this deck. There's a lot of juice. There's a bit of venom from the bowlers as well. And the one thing that they just need to do, the bowlers now just need to come to the party and use the conditions that is on offer. We do have a forecast for a bit of rain later on. Much better areas. Kubani Mokoena. Just struggling with his rhythm. Just the last 2 deliveries, much better. Bowling towards the plan. And you can see Big Norton just walking next to him. Maybe just calming him down, saying don't get carried away with the bounce. If there's anyone that knows about extra bounce, it would be Riley Norton.
Well, the way he's built it won't surprise you that he's also a SS Coos rugby player. But that is the thing on pitches like this, not to get too carried away. I don't know if it's more to do with teams wanting to chase, but we have seen teams mostly send the opposition into bat in this tournament after winning the toss. In Johannesburg, the ball does tend to do a little bit in the morning. It probably is the best time to bowl, that first hour or so. And I think particularly with this pitch, South Africa, playing to their strengths. They want to extract as much pace and bounce as they can.
Oh, just like we see there. Big nick off the shoulder of the bat. Extra bounce. And Kobani Mokoena, the last couple of deliveries, hitting his straps as we see the very dangerous Jamshed Sadran back in the hut.
Yeah, he didn't move his feet. He just prodded at that one as it took off past him. Very uncertain, but a wonderful delivery from Mokoena.
That one you can see just pushed forward and then it just took off the deck, and that might be the message from Riley Norton. Say just hit that line, just hit that length, the ball will do the rest, and it's wicket time for South Africa.
Yeah, it wasn't too short. That's the key. That Jamshed was sort of half coming forward, and the 1 foot was still in the air, I think, when the ball took the edge of the bat.
Yeah, it definitely did take off the length. And as you mentioned, just prodding to that one.
So Jamshed Sadran is out for 6 off 7 deliveries. And both South African new ball bowlers have struck in their first overs. So it's a wonderful start for the home side.
Yeah, wonderful start. Exactly what Captain Tiga and the coaching staff would have ordered. As we see Zurmatai coming to the crease to join Shinwari, who's also faced only 1 delivery. And this is the key for South Africa, making sure that they use the ball to the new batters. Sohail Khan Zurmatai. As we just have a look at the Tri-Series log, as India is sitting pretty on top. Afghanistan second, and a must-win situation for South Africa. As even though we have the same amount of points, our net run rate is a lot better than the Afghanistans.
That's if they win. So if South Africa win, they go to 2 points, join Afghanistan on 2. Afghanistan, of course, beating South Africa in the first game, which was an upset, one would say. But yeah, that's South Africa win. Your net run rate only improves if you win, so it's not going to get any worse.
Yes, and also the 88 that they got bowled out for against India helped our net run rate a lot. So if South Africa wins, South Africa, India on Wednesday will play the final. Anything else happens, it will see Afghanistan and India in that final. End of the second over, 13 for 2. Afghanistan batting at a rate of knots at the moment, but already losing both openers. Opener and number 3 in Jamshed Sadran.
Sohail Khan Zermati, who has come to the crease, is just 16 years old, but a wonderful talent. He scored 71 against India, back in December. Since then, he scored 4 and 21, but that 71 certainly showing his potential. And look at that field, Gert. 4 slips. Wonderful to see.
And this is not red ball cricket. It is not a 5-day test match. It is a 50-over game. We're still in the power play as well. And you get 4 slips and spread out very evenly, covering about 5 slips. You can see the 4th slip just moving away a little bit, going in between a 5th and a gully. They also have a backward point and only 1 man covering the cover circle. Oh,
I wonder if the bat was in the air there. South Africa certainly think so, but there's not going to be any TV replay here, unfortunately, and it would be a very, very brave umpire to give that out.
Yeah, we see Kwena Mpaka really getting to his work. We had a couple of stare downs. Oh, just got back in time. Well done. Good call.
On pitches with bounce like this one, I do like a gully. I think it's a good idea to have that. So probably a good idea for that 4th slip just to move out a little bit.
Yeah, we know that Devon Murray does cover a huge amount of ground. He's very quick. He's very limble. Oh, another nick and another take. It is fantastic stuff by Kwena. The extra bounce is completely flummoxing the Afghanistan batters, and it's a wicket time for South Africa. That is number 3.
Yeah, Azman Khan Shinwari gone for just a single, and that extra bounce is just something that they're showing they can't really handle. The pace of Mpaka is one thing, but when he finds that perfect length and it rears up sort of chest high, it really has been very difficult for the batsman.
Especially for Afghanistan batters, because they won't be used to extra bounce, especially on the pitches they are used to playing on. So dropping the hands and getting underneath the bounce is not something they would be used to. But a fantastic take there by John James. Just that extra bounce, just riding the bounce, trying to get on top of it, but way too late. Hands just guiding that ball into John James's hands. And great captaincy by Tiga, having that third slip in. Fantastic work.
Yeah, I think you can see his bowlers are well on top here. And I guess it's a tough thing for subcontinental batsmen, but sometimes you've got to leave on length. And the extra bounce in this pitch would have meant that would have sailed over the stumps. It was a bit outside off stump anyway, if Shinwari had left it.
Not really the nature of the Afghanistan players, as Numan Shah Agar, the captain, coming to the crease, feels that he needs to take the bull by the horns. Oh, big appeal. That looked like it might have been just a little bit high. The extra bounce might give that doubt to the batters there, Ken, and he's just standing outside of his crease a little as well.
Yeah, I think clearly going over the stumps. And all three wickets so far have been caught behind the wicket. 2 to wicketkeeper Luandre Pretorius, 1 to third slip, Jean James. And I fancy the cordon could be busy today.
Yeah, I think they should be expecting every single ball. And with the movement that Queen's getting, or maybe not even in the direction the batter is playing. As we see, they're aiming for that vacant land for sale in the covers. And just getting the inside part of the bat.
Good to see Mpaka also pitching the ball up from time to time, just to see if he can catch a batsman reluctant to come forward. Maybe just stuck on the back foot a bit.
That's what happens with these pitches with the extra bounce, is you get reluctant to get the press forward and then get the feet going, and then that full one you rely on your hands just to go through the line and play the line of the ball. Barker steaming in. Oh, very well left. That is a fantastic leave, and that is kind of what Jamshed and also Shinwari should have done.
Yeah, Numan Shah Aga, the captain and wicketkeeper for Afghanistan, showing what should be done there, leading from the front, even if it was just a leave. He's just 17 years old, is Numan Shah, but he's had a wretched tournament so far. 3 successive ducks.
Oh, a trifecta of ducks. Who would have guessed that? That does not sound good.
But before that, in a series against, actually it was a ICC Asia event, he made 54 and 60. 54 against Pakistan and 60 against Nepal. So he cricket being the game it is, he came from being in great form to suddenly the wheels have rather fallen off with 3 ducks in a row.
Yeah, cricket, a great equalizer. You can be on top of the world, on top of that wave, and then all of a sudden you come crashing down. A fantastic shot. This one just guided down to a vacant third man, getting past that slip cordon. And great work there done by Zurmatai, just guiding it down to third man. And South Africa wouldn't mind this. They wouldn't mind conceding a boundary here and there.
Good shot. Credit to the batsman. Very well controlled. But playing outside off stump like that will be risky. As you say, South Africa won't mind that at all.
Oh, this one, a lovely cover drive, and standing for the photos, getting applauded by his captain, Aga, and a fantastic shot. And Suhail Khan Zurmatai take a bow.
Wow, the youngster in the team. Just how good does he look? That was a magnificent shot, so confidently forward and with beautiful timing too.
Oh, I didn't try and overhit it, just used the pace of Kobani Mokoena. Just caressed it through the covers. And that is the comeback. That is what we want to see after two lovely shots. This time just dragging the length back a little, just about a meter, and that extra bounce just completely, and then the swing as well, just completely beating the outside edge of the bat.
That in-between length is what you want to bowl here, where with the bounce, batsman won't be keen on coming forward, but playing off the back foot, hanging back, also has its dangers.
Oh, lovely shot, playing straight bat, showing the maker's name. And a lovely chase, just running it in and keeping that down to only 2 runs. That was a fantastic chase by Captain Tiga.
Certainly are some quality fielders in this SA Under-19 side. We've been most impressed, I guess, by Divan Marais. But David Tiga, very quick and agile in the field.
As we see a change in the field as the one slip comes out, they still have a first and about a 2.5 in position as well. Mokoena just not hitting that line and length like Kwena's doing at the moment. And as you mentioned, that length. And on this deck, we've seen on these playing surfaces that 5 meter, that 5-6 meters where you want to be, just gives you a chance both ways and all sorts of dismissals there.
Yeah, the extra bounce there, the way wicketkeeper Torres took that down the leg side, suggests to me that it came back quite sharply over the stumps. There were a couple of oohs and ahs from the cordon.
Oh, there's that length. You're going to have one, especially from this northern end, that just misbehaves a little. We've seen that throughout this tri-series. And I wouldn't mind seeing Riley Norton coming in from this end now. As Mokoena did pick up the wicket, but he hasn't looked that consistent. And using the conditions is very important. Maybe get Riley Norton in from this end. But at the moment, give Mokoena as many overs as he wants.
Yeah, I guess consistency has been Mokwena's problem through this tournament. Bowls some really good deliveries, but also some poor ones. And just also speaking of the inconsistency in the pitch, having a look out there this morning, there are some odd patches on the pitch where the grass cover is more uneven, and that will no doubt cause a bit of up and down bounce as well. So it could be a tough morning batting for Afghanistan.
Oh, there's another couple of oohs and ahs as he finds the inside part of the bat. Just trying to hit that ball on the rise and on the up. Another single for Afghanistan, who's on 24 for the loss of 3. And that is the key for South Africa, is those 3 wickets that they've picked up.
Remembering, of course, that in the first match between these two sides, Afghanistan only made 176, but it was still enough to win by 47 runs. South Africa will really be hoping that this green hard pitch doesn't suit the spinners, Ghazanfar and Arab Gul, as much as in their first game. They shared 8 wickets between them.
Oh, lovely bounce. Just the line. That's a wide delivery. I think it was just misdirected. And also, every now and again, especially when you want to go for that short ball, you forget that there is, even if it's short, it's going to move a tad. And he did drop that shoulder, and it just moved down leg side. And I almost feel that this is going to be a setup with those 3 slips. And then at a 4.5 as well, it's almost a setup. Moving it in. We might see the one just going across. And you mentioned it earlier, Ken. Lovely to see him pitching it up as well. I love to see that traditional left armer coming over the wicket, bowling full, trying to get through the baton pad of the right-handed batter, especially with only one person patrolling the cover region. There's no mid on, there's no mid off. Everything in the V is open.
Yeah, it was nicely defended though by Sohail Khan Zermatai there. Very nice and compact in defence. It was middle of the bat and pad close together.
Oh, there's the one just back of a length. And John James just rubbing his nose saying, why did that not come to me? Why did that not become our second? But as you mentioned, it is very compact. It does have a very nice technique to him. Does Zermatai. He loves playing inside his bubble, so he's not someone that normally goes and fetches the ball. He's very highly spoken of across the under-19 sector. And this time, this is the man that's just absolutely shattered the stumps. It is wicket time for South Africa. And new stumps, please.
Oh, Kwena Mapaka, you beauty. What a delivery and what pace at every fast bowler's dream. He's broken off stump in half. Spectacular stuff by South Africa's really exciting left-arm fast bowler.
Yeah, just as I praised his defensive, he goes for the one straight up, fetches that one, and breaks also. What I love about this, Ken, is the leg stump and the middle stump still has the bail on.
We're not quite straight down the pitch here, but I fancy that came snaking back through the gate. Quite a big drive by Sohail Khan Zermatai. He looked comfortable, but maybe just got a little bit overconfident there. He's bowled by Mapaka for 10. Off 10 balls, he had 2 lovely 4s. But Afghanistan are in disarray, 25 for 4.
And this is what we want with the umpires, Van Wijngaard and Erasmus. Just asking the third umpire, Cluster, just to give us a new stump, please. I don't think any Woodloo would save that stump. Doesn't matter what they do now.
That was properly broken. That was really, really spectacular.
We always talk about down the middle. That was broken down the middle. And just as I sang the praises of Zermatai and his defense, he goes for that. He falls for the trap that they put in. The whole V is open. He wanted to punch it just down the ground. And as you mentioned, the ball came in and also pitched in from the seam, jagged back as well. And as I mentioned earlier, that lovely left arm seamer just getting in between bat and pad.
And I just see on the replay there's a hint of Sohail Khan perhaps trying to drive through mid-on rather than getting the elbow nice and high and driving through the offside. So the angled bat also aiding Mapaka in whizzing that ball through the gap.
A fantastic delivery and tail up, steaming in. And as I mentioned earlier, give him as many as he wants now. He's going to be a handful for any new batter coming in. And with this deck and the extra bounce, getting into your work is going to be very difficult, especially when you're coming into the crease now, as we see Ramula Zermatai coming into the crease. It's Zermati, I beg your pardon. Zermatai is the non-striker.
Well, they're both Zermatai, Rahimullah Zermatai. Yes, Nuwan Shah Aga is still in, of course. And he's broken his run of 3 ducks.
Getting off the mark quickly. Big vacant field, as I mentioned. And we can just imagine the chatter from the South African team will be immense. They would really enjoy having a go at the batters now. As we see the end of the over. It is 26 for the loss of 4 wickets, and this is only after halfway through the power play, 5 overs.
Yeah, Rahimullah Zermatai has obviously got a massive job to do in partnership with his captain. He's also a 16-year-old, Rahimullah. Scored 47 against South Africa in the previous meeting on the last day of 2023.
So you just see that wicket again, and this is what we called for earlier, and I suspected Tiger would do this. It's Riley Norton coming in from the northern end. We shall call it the commentator's end. And he nearly took us out myself and Pindulo. The last time he fielded down on this boundary, he nearly did a bit of a shoulder tackle on us. And immediately getting to his work, he's going to love the extra bounce.
Well, it was a good start. He came roaring in and he's crashed it into the pitch and it's taken off and hit wicketkeeper Pretorius' gloves nice and hard.
And Zurmati just happy to let that one go. He is someone that can occupy the crease for a very long time. Doesn't score that quickly, but now it's exactly what Afghanistan needs. It would be someone that can occupy the crease, that can just see off these bowlers and maybe get the second string bowlers in. But when you got a first change like Riley Norton, it never gets easy.
No, if anything, the pressure might actually be increasing from this northern end. Norton, he's just bowled 2 balls, but they've both pretty well been in the same place. And so far he's showing good consistency.
Oh, that might have been off the pad. We'll just have to wait for the umpire's signal. Hands on heads. And yes, leg by. And Pretorius loves that signal. It just burst through the keeper's hands. And it just came off the pad. And a leg by to Afghanistan.
Just as I said, how consistent Norton's being. Slides one down leg a bit.
Yeah, naughty Norton.
Not that I'll have any words with him. He's a big fella.
Yeah, and South Africans, the lock position, synonymous with tough men. Oh, getting the edge and just dropping short off first slip. And Captain Numan Shah Aga just fetching that one. Just prodding outside off stump. As you can see, Zurmati just going down to have a chat with his captain and say, hold on. Relax. No need to fetch it. Play it as late as you possibly can.
Yeah, just he lost patience there. Yeah, Norton has bowled a couple outside off stump. And the skipper just couldn't resist anymore.
Wide ball.
I have to say, I'm surprised it didn't carry to slip.
Yeah, and it almost looks like that fuller delivery doesn't have the same amount of venom off the deck than it does there, as we see a wide by Norton. And it is very difficult just to control everything as a bowler as well. If you get inconsistent amounts of swing with every delivery, it does get difficult. Oh, as we see this one just lunged in. Again, it just looks like the captain, Numan Shah, is just fetching the ball a little. Norton walking back with a purpose. And he just looks like he's fetching the ball. And it might cost him if that ball just decides to take off the seam. Getting in right behind that one. Much better, and that is the end of the over. And it is at 28 for the loss of 4 after 6.
Good end to the over by Riley Norton, his first over. He'll be looking to build on that good finish.
And also build on this fantastic start that we've had at the moment. It's Quena is going to come in again, and Baka is on fire. He's picked up 3 thus far.
Tremendous figures. 3 overs, 1 maiden, and 3 for 12. So he's on fire here at Old Eds.
And not forgetting his very first over went for 8. And it was also behind the keeper. So it wasn't bad bowling in first over going for 8. Oh, we'll give it to the batter, Zurmati. Well left. He did leave the periscope out there a little.
I think he tucked the bat inside the line.
Yeah, very dangerous to do that, though. We've seen that a lot of times in cricket where, especially with the ball coming back into you and the amount of swing that Quena is getting, you want to get that hands out of the way completely instead of just hanging it there. especially with the 3 slips, or the 4 slips in place. As Murray is covering a 4.5, might even go to a gully. He does cover a huge amount of ground, and he is someone that loves to dive for the ball. And he's also going to his favorite hand, which is the right hand. You can see him and John James just exchanging words on where the batter's playing, having some discussion at the batter.
It won't surprise you that the only fielders on the boundary are fine leg and deep square leg for the short ball.
No!
And I love this, just Quinton Parker pitching it up, trying to extract as much swing as he possibly can.
I get the feeling, though, with those 2 men back on the leg side, and he's bowled a few balls up there, I think we might be seeing a bit of a little surprise short ball just now.
And with the deck, I hope they don't try and pitch it too short. Maybe just go for that back of a length. Give the batter the opportunity to pull it.
Yeah, let's see if he'll hook. Test him out, see what he does.
That's what I mentioned earlier about. Oh, and this might be a bit of trouble for Quinton Parker. He might get a warning here, trying to throw that ball back to the stumps and to the keeper, and he just hit the batter. Zurmati just getting hits on the forearm.
It was a little soft little underarm flick. He might actually be sore from when, the ball hit him actually, when he was... Oh, it's the other arm.
Yeah, and getting out that magical spray, and this might be very good tactics from Afghanistan. Maybe just slowing things down a tad and just saying, let's just breathe. Let's maybe just get everyone calm down a bit, getting that spray out. As we see the magic spray, you'll start moving that arm frantically after the spray.
So far this morning, South Africa under 19 winning the toss and electing to bowl first as they go in search of a place in the final against India on Wednesday. And what a start they had. Quinton Parker striking in his first over. He had Hassan Isakil caught behind by Luando Pretorius for 4. And then Ngobani Mokoena also striking in his first over. Jamshid Zadran also caught behind by Pretorius for 6. Quinton Parker then picked up the wicket of Azman Khan Shinwari, caught in the slips by Steve Stoke for a single. And Quinton Parker picked up his 3rd wicket when he had Sohail Khan Zermatai. Well, he bowled him in quite spectacular fashion, breaking the off stump. Sohail Khan out for 10.
Yeah, that was a fantastic delivery. And it looks like the batter is feeling much better. Just shaking that arm. Rahimullah Zurmati just getting hit with a follow-through flick from Quinton Parker. Umpires did have a bit of a chat to him. As we see Riley Norton, they just want to get the angles correct and just making sure that the batter know they've got someone at deep square.
And a leg slip has come into the cordon behind the wicket.
Where do you think this ball's going to, Ken?
He got Mopaka into trouble with the umpires, so I know where it's coming. I know it was full. It was the double bluff and then the bluff throw again.
And you can see the batter just getting out of the way of that throw.
Good aggression by Mopaka.
Except for the leg slip, we've got Whitehead, also James and Murray in 1, 2 and 3. Steve Stork is at leg slip. Oh, going full. That might have hit the ground. Everyone getting very excited. You would expect it with 4 down already.
Going for the Yorker, and it was just a little bit outside off stump. Certainly beat the bat.
Oh, lovely plans here. Lovely setup by Quinton Parker. Bowling quick. Getting the ball to move. And Riley Norton, very happy that he didn't get one to chase just before he's over.
I did see an interview with the St. Stithians Director of Cricket, Wim Jansen, Kwena Mapaka, of course, a St. Stithians boy, where he said one of the things that sets Mapaka apart.
Oh, chance of a run out. Botsani doing great work in the covers, and they just couldn't gather that ball quick enough to get the throw in. And a big charge down the crease, and sent back by Aga.
Superb fielding by Sipho Botsani, Lions lad. And so Kwena Mapaka, the Lions lad, what sets him apart, according to his Sydney's coach, is that he's so good at formulating plans to get batters out.
Yeah, they speak very highly of him at the Lions. And Aga this time a much more comfortable single, tucking that one off the hip. Norton just straying on his lines.
It's one thing to have that pace and to be able to move the ball around, but when you can also outthink batsmen, then you really become a lethal package.
This one fantastically fielded at point. Scampering through for the single. Feeling that there was always one there. And that's that man, Marais, that we're talking about. He is a lightning bolt anywhere that he fields. Covers a huge amount of ground, and he's very quick.
Yeah, there's not often one to him, I would suggest.
If you're going to take one, they did the right thing, going to his left hand. And as you mentioned, it's very fine and dandy having the pace and having the ability to get batters out and thinking them out. And that's a gentleman that's not playing in this game is another South African boater, Martin Khumalo. It's got the ability to do that as well. Very highly rated as well. And someone that I've spoken to one or two guys that love captaining him. They have a plan, they have a set plan, and he will follow that set plan. So nice to see that South African fast bowlers have got the mature heads, and it's not just all about the pace. They can get the plans going as well. As we see the oohs and ahs there, Riley Norton just swinging that one past the outside edge of Namansa Aga, the captain and wicketkeeper. He's not looked comfortable since he got to the crease.
Well, that was a very loose stroke. That was just a waft outside off stump. Really nothing shot that could only have got him into trouble.
And with the lack of feet movement that he showed in that previous ball must be the reason why Norton thought, hey, let's go for the block hole. I might just sneak one through. And a fantastic over by Norton. End of the 8th over, 2 more to go in the power play. It is 30 for the loss of 4 wickets. And so far, I think the happy of the two camps will be the SA under-19s.
Much happier. Yeah, it's been quality bowling by the home side. And what I've been pleased about is that they haven't overdone the short stuff. They haven't got carried away with the pace and bounce in this pitch. So good maturity from our junior Proteas.
And that's that maturity that we need in our fast bowlers. You don't want to substitute pace for anything. Something that cannot be coached. If you're quick, you're quick. But if you can add a mature head to that, you can add a thinking hat as well. Oh, all the tools you need to be a great fast bowler. Kwena Mapaka, there's the short one that you mentioned.
I was just going to say, I still want to see a short ball in this over, just to test out the batsman's reaction to it. Let's see if he can hook. Let's see if he's a compulsive hooker or not. But that was just too wide of off stump.
Yeah, normally that's a very instinctive shot, so you can see if the person is a happy hooker or not. He just needs to direct that one a little bit better, get him more onto the chest, throat area with the deep square and the fine leg out. Might just get a top edge. Or he might just sail into the adjacent houses.
There's still a leg slip in place for Mapaka, and 3 slips.
No one down at third man. Only point and extra cover on the offside. So very strong slip cordon. Having 4 catches around the bat. And this is the 9th over. Still in the power play. And he's just getting the ball to move. And you can just see, ever since Zurmati has come to the crease, he's actually looked pretty competent, very comfortable. He's moving his feet nicely, leaving well, which is something that the other batters didn't do.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me. Ray Muller showing good judgment on what not to play outside that off stump. In these conditions, the leave is one of the most important strokes probably in your armoury.
Oh, this one, a fantastic delivery. And you can just see that back foot just twisting, opening up like a can of tuna. And a fantastic ball.
Yeah, just taking that one away from the batsman. Beautifully bowled by Mapaka.
And Afghanistan batters, every time we've complimented them, does something rash, something different. Just been complimenting how well he's looked at the crease, and that one just flying past. Lovely shot down the ground. It is a very quick outfield. Might have slowed up with the amount of rain that we've had. And a lovely chase. Again, not great running by Afghanistan. That had 3 on the cards the whole time, as we see David Teague making another great chase to the fence.
Captain Numan Shaga following the wisdom that the best place to bat is at the non-striker's end. He wasn't maybe that keen to come down and face Mapaka. Ray Muller, that previous delivery that beat him outside off stump, he had to play. And so I suppose the good thing was he didn't follow the ball. He didn't chase after it.
This time just getting the wide ball down leg and bowling to the plan. One never likes to see the extra delivery, but this bowling to the plan, they do have a leg slip in place. You can see Steve Stork still on his knee. Still can't believe that one didn't just graze a glove. He's just waiting for that one.
Not a bad idea to try and target the body a bit. That also could bring deep square leg or fine leg into play, as well as the leg slip, of course.
Mapaka has got that arm locked and loaded, and he's just letting it rip as every chance that he gets. As the end of the 9th over, it is 33 for the loss of 4 wickets. And 1 more over to go in the power play. But more important for Afghanistan, they just want to occupy the crease for as long as they can. The forecast for rain is still from around and about 12 o'clock. We can see the clouds coming in. We can feel the wind on our backs just cooling down a bit. A bit of a cold breeze coming in. So South Africa will love to pick up more wickets here with Riley Norton steaming in.
Rain, of course, not good news for South Africa. This match is a no result. Then Afghanistan go through.
So the equation is very simple for the SA under-19s. Win the match, you play in the final. If there are any other result, Afghanistan goes through. India is resting up nicely for the final. They've already booked their place. Winning all their matches pretty convincingly. Not really being tested in any one of them.
Yeah, 4 out of 4 for India. I suppose there have been little patches where they've been put under a little bit of pressure, but they've always managed to come through it. They've always managed to win comfortably in the end. So they do look another very competitive side, a very capable team indeed.
Oh, lovely shot through the covers. This is a beautiful stroke through extra cover. Numan Shah Agar, take a bow, has not looked comfortable whatsoever and then plays an absolute beauty.
Lovely shot. That's the best shot he's played for a while. Coming off 3 ducks, and that'll just get a bit of confidence oozing back into the veins.
And doing it again, but this time around picking out the fielder. And he'll feel that he should have done better. Well, that should have gone again. And just getting back to that Indian team, that shows why they are the defending champions of this Under-19 World Cup. And as you mentioned, got in trouble with South Africa as well in the previous game, losing 3 very quick wickets and then winning still, chasing down 256, still winning with 6 wickets in hand. Very competent team.
Yeah, India have won this, won the Under-19 World Cup 5 times, more than any other team. They won in 2018, won in 2022. In 2020, one of the more surprising results in ICC events ever, Bangladesh winning the Junior World Cup. That was here in South Africa.
Oh, lovely ball, Riley Norton. And that brings us the end of the 10th over. It is South Africa, 37 for the loss of 4. As we'll have a commentary change, it is the myth that is Pendulo Makubane.
You seem pretty real to me, Pendula. Nice to have you with us again. As a wonderful first 10 overs for South Africa, winning the toss and bowling first and reducing India to 37 for 4. Gwena Mapaka will continue from the southern end, and he has just been superb. Bang on target again. 5 overs, 3 for 15. Pendula, you must have enjoyed watching that.
It's a great start for Mapaga. Slowly and slowly working his way into a rhythm throughout the course of the tournament. Been wayward in the first game, got a couple of wickets in the previous game against India, but after those first 2 wickets in his first over, his short balls were lethal, but just searching for a wicket a little bit too much. Here, he has a wicket that works with him, and he is using it very well.
Good defence though. And the leg slip has been taken away for Zermati now. Just the 3 slips.
It's going to be very important here for Numan Shah Aga and Rahimullah Zumati to hold it together. Nasir Hassan is the next batter who's coming in, and you'd say he's your last hope for Afghanistan, having lost their 4 top order batters. Not in the plans for the Afghanis, and South Africa really won a good toss. And the good thing here is that they're using it effectively.
Yeah, one wonders. Afghanistan beat South Africa in the first game with just 176 on the board. South Africa, of course, are the side under pressure. They have to win this game to advance to the final. So one wonders, do you think Afghanistan will feel 150 is enough, Pendulo? That maybe not enough, but will give them a chance if they can get early wickets and pile that pressure on the home side.
The question is, will they get those early wickets, knowing the opening partnership of Pretorius and Stork? They have an extraordinary opening partnership, 50 in the first, 91 in the second. Leandro Pretorius was looking good before cutting the ball to backward point against India in the second match, but Stork took it on to 69. So the first task for the Afghanistan batters will be bowlers will be taking out either one of those two. But what we've seen now is that gradually South Africa's batting is improving from 240 against India. Now they've scored 256 with an arguably lesser strengthened attack in Afghanistan versus India. 150 may not just be enough.
No! But from 37 for 4, it may represent a little bit of a recovery. So baby steps for Afghanistan. But if they can get a partnership going, who knows? Still lots of overs remaining in this match.
Another big issue is that in their game against India, this was the situation as well. They were 8 for 4, had a small recovery in the middle with Zumatai and Zumati. But eventually, when they clocked in that 5th wicket, 6th wicket, they fell like dominoes again.
Parker switching to around the wicket and is pushed through mid-wicket on the angle there for just a single.
So it's going to be just so important, Ken, for these gentlemen to just keep nipping away the singles. Put small targets. Let's finish 5 overs. Let's finish 10 overs, because now it's not necessarily about the runs. It's about occupying that crease. They've finished 11 overs now, and they're currently on 38 for the loss of 4.
Dead right, Pendula. They've got to get a partnership going. The last thing they want is to be bowled out before their overs are up.
And Riley Norton will be looking to get into these wickets. Couldn't do it in the last game. Has a wicket that might just persist him here today.
And nicely hooked down to the deep square leg. Good shot.
Richard Seletwane, he'll be looking to make his mark in this particular game. Didn't play against India in the last match, but he's a highly rated middle order batter is Richard. But Riley Norton right now facing Aga and Zumati, and Numan Aga, very highly rated in the Afghanistan system. He'll want to make his mark as well.
He's ridden that bounce really well as the captain. I guess he'll be hoping that he's got all his low scores out of the way before the actual World Cup starts. Those 2 ducks.
100%. Those 2 ducks don't look good on his resume. It's really not good. However, given the talent of Numan Shah, he made his first-class debut at 15 years old and even scored 70 runs in that particular match, opening the batting.
That's a loose drive. That must have been very, very close to the edge. Yeah, he shows now what he should have done. It was far too wide for him to be trying to drive that on the wrong length as well.
Naughty judgment from Numan Shah there. Beautiful length from Norton. He's been struggling to find a length that just works with him consistently as Riley. A little bit too short, being able to be paddled around behind square. Too wide at times, being too full. But that's the length that he wants to work at. Just misjudging Numan Shah there.
2 slips for Riley Norton and a gully. It's a nasty push through mid-on.
Beautiful pocketing here. Great batting for Afghanistan. Mobani Mokoena having to run back and collect that ball. They get an easy 2. It looked so easy.
Yeah, that's it. Just a push down the ground. No need to do anything extravagant. It's a good outfield here. There's lots of pace to work with for the batsman. That's nicely driven again, but Potsane at cover. He's been a busy man this morning.
That's the line that he wants to bowl here, Riley Norton, and gets Potsane working even more at that cover region. Eventually a catch might come through, a fumble from the batter running through the slips. We already seen almost making a mistake was Numan Shah Aga. So he mustn't search here, Riley Norton. Keep his lines decent.
He's got a hand on that, which probably saved 4 runs straight past him.
See, he did it again with that very good ball, hit, swing and a miss. Then he went too full, too straight, searching for the wicket, driven down the ground for 2. bowled another good ball, and then the following ball he did the same thing, searching for a wicket, and it was luckily stopped by him. It brings the end to over number 12 here. The score is currently at 41 for the loss of 4.
So just a little partnership developing here for Afghanistan, which they desperately needed. The captain is hanging in there well, Numan Shah. He's faced 21 deliveries and Rahimullah has faced 25.
Boy, oh boy, is he going to need to play well here, Numan Shah. Rahimullah was playing very well with Sohail Khan Zumata in the previous game to take the score to a decent one for the Indians, or for the Afghanistan against India. But they bring back the wicket taker here, South Africa. Here's Ngobani Mokoena, who'll be running down the south end.
Replacing Kwena Mapaka, who takes a well-deserved rest with wonderful figures of 6 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 16. It's just short and very wide from Mokoena. Not a great start to his second spell. His first 2 overs, he got that wicket in his opening over, but he also went for 14 runs and was just a little bit inconsistent.
Just need to get his rhythm working here, Mokoena. This partnership is starting to grow, and like you say, when that happens, the batters get more comfortable and comfortable. So if you are off your rhythm and they climb onto you, it's very hard to find it back.
Short ball, a bit hesitantly played by Rahimullah.
That's reminiscent of that wicket Kwena Mapaka took, just rising off the length, then nabbing the shoulder of the bat. They still have Juan James, who's waiting there at first slip. Steve Stork is still at second slip. You can see Devan Murray at the bottom of your screen. Excellent ground fielder. Absolutely magnificent. So these are a cordon and an area you don't want to take on.
That's good by Mokoena. He's got protection at deep square leg, fine leg and third man.
Just keeping it in much more control here. Keeping Zumati tied down. You can see they're just absorbing the pressure here, these two batters. You might look and say, ooh, this is just a test match. Oh, where are they scoring the runs? But this is what it's about when you're trying to rebuild an innings after such a fiery start from the bowlers.
Trying to work that away on the leg side for a single, but he can't get it away, Rahimullah.
There's good looking space down at the bottom in the leg side. Oliver Whitehead is standing at third man where they can squeeze the ball down if they so want to. And to just keep rotating the strike, because Mokoena seems to be bogging them down here.
Yeah, Mokoena has settled quite nicely now after a short and wide start to his over. That time, Rahimullah, he did get it towards mid-on and he took the single, but it was a risky one. Direct hit would have been very interesting there.
Good running, brave running. He's been tying them down, bowling it to the body. Mapara on his left hand as well. Very risky if you weren't aware. It's landing exactly on his strong arm. But Rahimullah Zumati love the intent that they are still looking to score despite them being bogged down.
Run down just past the second slip. It wasn't a catch, it was quite nicely played actually, as Whitehead does the fielding. And so a good comeback by Kobani Mokoena, just a couple of runs off that over.
It's just what they need to do, find the gaps, get them working. And they finished that over number 13 with the score currently stationed at 43. They've lost those four top order batters. Hassan Aisakil going out for 4. Usman Khan Shinwari losing it for 1. Jamshid Zadran, strong point at number 3, losing it for 6. And Sohail Khan Zumatai, who's been one of the in-form batters for them, having scored that 71 in their first match, he lost it for 10. So South Africa firmly on the upper hand here. Riley Norton will want to make sure there's more hurt to the Afghanis.
Norton has bowled 4 overs for just 10 runs, so he's been tidy from this northern end.
Keeping it very strong. It's lovely to see. Obana Mokoena has already taken a wicket from down this end. Riley Norton, can he do the same? Because Gwena Mapaga has been terrorizing Afghanistan from that south end.
Yeah, there's pace and bounce from both ends. We have seen that. Just a bit over-pitched, but driven straight back to the bowler.
The pressure from South Africa is wonderful. The activity from the fielders, they never sleeping or staying down. And you can even see with the intent, it's the end of the power play, finished at over number 10, but they only have 2 fielders out, that in deep backward square and in fine leg. Everyone else is tightening that pressure.
Yeah, the aggression of the bowlers has certainly been backed by aggression in the field. The fielding itself has been aggressive. Dug out to mid-wicket, they'll get 1.
But because of that, there is that wonderful space that they can utilize on the leg side. And it's much more easier to penetrate if Riley Norton slightly slants down to those pads with the ball moving into the right-handers. You saw Gwena Mapaga had to run from mid-on to where a mid-wicket would be because there's no one surveying the inner ring on the leg side.
For much of this game, South Africa have had just 1 fielder inside the rig on the leg side. And that ball just proves my point, which shows their control. I mean, the run rate is only a little bit over 3 to the over. So even with really strong offside fields, they've managed to mostly stick to those. They've shown good control with the ball.
A lot of weight also now will fall on Sipho. He'll have to look to keep this control coming in with his spin. He'll also look to see if there's anything that he can extract from the wicket.
Beating the outside edge again. Not quite the right length to drive there, Pendulo.
The immediate threat before even Sipho arrives seems to be Riley Norton when he lands it on that really tricky area. You know, when with you say back of a length, as full of a back of a length as you possibly can, or as short of a full of a length as you possibly can. Such a tricky area to hit and such a tricky area to determine, do I go forward or do I go back? Great bowling.
Nicely clipped off the toes. Wide of Mapaka, and that will run away for the first boundary in quite a while for Afghanistan.
2 straight, 2 full. Again, Norton falls for that trap. He pulls a good ball and then he wants to target the stumps. The batters are already waiting for that one. Mapaga's the only fielder in the in-ring standing at mid-on. It's beautiful timing. It's a great shot from Numan Shah Aga, moving the score to 48. And all of a sudden, they're close to that 50 mark.
Yeah, that's the first boundary for Afghanistan since the 10th over. And we're now in the... we've had 14 overs bowled. I wonder... Speaking of Sipho Potani, I wonder if we might not see Gwena Mapaga come back for another spell to replace Riley Norton from this northern end. Just while the ball is still relatively hard, he's obviously the most dangerous bowler at the moment. And that's loose by the batsman, loose by Captain Numan Shah Aga.
It would be an interesting choice from David Teague. It will show a lot of attacking intent, but also at the same time, I think it's important to respect what this partnership is doing right now. Try to continue building up the pressure. You still have the likes of Oliver Whitehead who can just bowl a couple and keep everything tidy. There's no Ramashan Pillay here today, who also keeps it very tidy during the middle overs.
Have to be quick. And judging by the reaction of the fielders there, if that had hit, it would have been run out.
Good boy.
Wonderful fielding. Richard Seletwane coming in from the covers, working very hard, backing your bowler. It's what you want as a bowler. They now move to 49 runs.
Whatever other failings South Africa have had in this tournament so far, winless after 3 games, they are a quality fielding side.
But back to that point of bringing back Kwenamaphara, which would be an interesting one. I believe that the best time, when the batters are now looking to just up the scoring rate, they are comfortable in their partnership. That's round over number 27, over number 28. That's where you bring back a Kwenamaphara and say, here's another 2 overs. You have 4 more remaining, and we are going to give you 2 more right at the death, just in case. Unless if the team has rolled down to 9 or 8 wickets lost, it's then that you bring back your strike ball and say, my brother, please clean up everything for us. But for now, get a Sipopotane to just apply the pressure. Love what Ngobani Mokoena is currently doing with his job and how everyone is backing him up, stifling the runs. And eventually, you're going to see the pressure from that. When the batters want to score, the wickets will come.
Yeah, I like your call of Whitehead having a bowl. He's also a seamer. The captain will want to see how he goes in conditions that should suit him as well. Nicely steered down to third man by Raimula Zumati.
They've been doing it well, just exploiting the small gaps and the small areas. Let's go at 3 runs to the over, because now that single has landed a landmark for Afghanistan. They make it to 50. For a moment in time, it looked as if getting to 50 will be at a cost of 6 wickets, the way they were tumbling down. But right now, they're keeping it steady. 50 for 4.
Yeah, these two have doubled the Afghanistan total. They came together at 25 for 4. And Raimula Zermati 12 off 36 deliveries, and Numan Shah 11 off 30 balls. So it's been slow going, as you'd expect, as we get to the first drinks break with South Africa in firm control. Afghanistan 50 for 4 after 15 overs.
We come back after drinks break. 15 overs completed here. We are on 50 runs for Afghanistan, and you seeing it right. Those are 4 wickets gone. Destructive Gonamapaga taking 3, Ngobani Mokwena taking 1. It's just the start of what will be a brilliant under-19 season, especially now during January, as South Africa will be hosts of the under-19 ICC Cricket World Cup starting on the 19th of January. The hosts will be taking on the hosts of the previous match, West Indies, that will be taking place in Potchefstroom and the JB Marks Oval. As these gentlemen play this game, Afghanistan and South Africa, alongside India in this Try Under-19 series, they are preparing for this Under-19 World Cup spectacle. Very few get to see that beauty. Very few get to have that honor. And we have the honor of bringing this game to you live on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. The players are now hydrated, and they're looking to slow it down here. We were talking about Sipho Potsane. He's going to have a crucial role, and he's about to start his journey right now to begin over number 16.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what he gets out of this surface. I imagine you'll get some bounce. And we were just chatting, you and I, during the drinks break off air. Pendula, you expressing your surprise that Gursify is not playing for Afghanistan today. The scourge of the South African batting in their first match. I certainly would have given him another go at them.
100%. He's one of those guys who's just so exciting to watch. So much control, so much mystery behind what he does. Ripped apart South Africa. You would have wanted to see if he can rip them apart again to ensure that Afghanistan gets another game in the final against India. But here's Sipho Potsane.
A little bit short to start with, but good fielding by Divan Murray.
Like you said, one of the best in the field. Runs around, has buckets. Steve Stork is standing at mid-wickets. He's also dangerous. So these are the fielders South Africa have to work with.
So Potsane has the slippers you'll see there, but he's also got protection on the boundary at almost a deep point. It looks like there's a long off and a deep mid-wicket as well.
Bold with control, getting a wicket in the previous match. Just let it loose right at the end, going eventually for 64 runs. But his batting was extraordinary, Potsane against India.
Long off comes into play. I do like that South Africa have made space for a frontline spinner in their team. They have had other spinners, and Jean James and David Teager, but I think a frontline spinner just brings a bit more balance to their attack.
And what we like the most is that frontline spinner is a very young man, Sipho Potsane. Just celebrated his 17th birthday last August. So he still has another World Cup in him, does Potsane.
Too short, too wide, head over, long on, and giving chase. It's not going to make it all the way. Thanda Zuma does good work there. The wicket keeper showing he's good in the outfield as well. Sipho Potsane is a success story of the hub system. Discovered in Alexandra Township as a 10-year-old. He was a massive soccer fan, but the Central Gauteng Lions took their roadshow, if you like, their cricket development program to Alexandra, and they saw that he could throw, he could catch, he could hit the ball, and brought him into their program and changed his life, really. Here he is representing the national under-19 team and on the brink of playing in the Junior World Cup. It really is fantastic to see.
It's so important for Cricket South Africa to go back and find this talent that is hidden, such as the history of the country that we are in. having space for these players, and now they have the opportunity to show their capabilities here. Sipho Potsane in his very first game against Bangladesh, touring to the subcontinent, taking 2 wickets for just 42 runs in a loss on top of that.
Mokoena continuing. Oh, that's nicely bashed down the ground by Numan Shah Aga. And it goes for 4. I was just going to say that Gobani Mokoena has actually been a lot more consistent from the southern end. He's been bowling well in the spell. That one just a bit over pitch though.
It happens every now and then. It just happens every now and then when you are looking for a magic delivery. It loses that fairy dust as the ball trails down to a place where it can be hit away for 4. Great shots. That's from Numan Shah.
Better length, but too wide by Mokoena.
Looking to just compensate for his mistake in that first delivery where it went a bit too straight. He fixed that line, but if he dares, or he fixed the length rather, but if he dares go that wide, there's no one protecting the offside boundary. Only Devon Mare, and you have a cover fielder in Richard Seletswane just in that offside.
Three men on the boundary, so Captain David Tiger going the aggressive route and not using all 4 boundary fielders. The 3 on the boundary are at third man, fine leg and deep square leg. So it's a good move because Afghanistan under pressure, they're going to want to take ones, and obviously South Africa don't want to make it easy for them to do that.
Just in case they look to guide it down to that third man, there's Steve Stork at what you'd say gully, and John James at first slip. Standing rather at second slip is Steve Stork.
Second wide of the over for Mokoena.
Just want to get it in check here, Mokoena. It's a big game. South Africa have to win this if they want to have another crack before the official under-19 warm-up games start, where they'll be playing in Bram Fisher.
Up-pitch drive, but it's between cover and the point.
That's what he wants. Nice in that area. What are you going to do? You're going to show the face. Just too wide of Devon Murray. But that's what the pressure does, Ken. Eventually, you're going to look for those expansive scoring shots.
The clouds have come over Old Eds now. It's quite a pleasant, cool day actually. There's a bit of a breeze blowing. We just hope the rain stays away, and certainly South Africa will be praying hard that they can get a result out of this match. Nicely driven again to mid-on. They took a risky single there a couple of overs ago. Kwena Mapaka, also a good fielder, adding to his package, and he can bat a bit. He's not a bad batsman either, down in the lower order.
It's funny nowadays, just being a specialist at one thing sometimes is not good enough. You need to add more value. So your fielding, your attitude, your energy, your mindset also plays a very key role. And Mapara seems to be the spearhead in just charging up the team, especially when he has that ball in his hand. He doesn't have it now so far, but when he did, he took 3 wickets. And Potsane has the ball for the beginning of over number 18. 17 are done with 61 on the board for the loss of 4.
Yeah, and very pleasant surrounds of the Old Eds Cricket Club. One of the more famous clubs in Johannesburg and the country. As a left-arm spinner, Sipho Potsane continues.
You know, for a club game, for a club side. You don't just get such a big fixture. It's preparation for an ICC event. It's preparation for an international team, even at under 19 level. Torrential rain 2 to 3 days ago. People were thinking that there wouldn't be a match. The ground was waterlogged. There was hail. The groundsmen came early in the morning, and all of a sudden, by 10 o'clock, the game was started.
Yeah, it's certainly an impressive club, Old Eds, and they have an impressive history. Plenty of national players, both at under 19 and Proteas level. One shot trying to hit that hard down the ground, but totally mistimed. Starting with Sidney Pegler back in 1910, their first national player. I've been given a list courtesy of one of the Old Ed stalwarts, Mark Patterson. Nicely driven out to the cover sweeper for one. So Sidney Pegler in 1910, Buster Newpin 1921, just looking down the list of perhaps names that most South African cricket followers will know. Ray Jennings, Graham Pollock, the peerless Graham Pollock, was based here when he moved up from Eastern Province to play for Transvaal. And yeah, they're going to get a run from the rebound. The misfield by Steve Stolk. It was a good stop initially. End of the over, and it's 63 for 4 after 18 overs. So Graham Pollock, Kevin McKenzie, Lee Barnard, Hugh Page, Neil McKenzie, Adam Bacher, Graham Smith, captain of both the under-19s and of course the Proteas so successfully, Stephen Cook, Nick Pottis, Vaughan van Jaarsveld. Now there was an exciting talent at junior level. Played for the SS Schools side for at least 3 years, maybe even 4. Down the leg side from Mokoena, but fine leg gets across.
And speaking of the rich history of the players who've played for this club that is hosting this tri-series, even one of the players who are playing here today in Luandra Pretorius is a current member of the Old Eds club. Scored mountains of runs in all the various tournaments for the club, and here he's representing his country in his hometown.
On his home pitch, no wonder he's been having fun with the bat. Quinton de Kock hails from here. Mitchell van Buren, current DP World Line star. Devon Conway, before he moved to New Zealand. Brendan Glover, who plays for the Netherlands, another Old Eds product playing elsewhere in the world. David Teager himself, the current national under-19 captain, comes from Old Eds as well. So a very proud club with a very proud history, and they've hosted this triangular series tournament quite superbly as well.
But now the question is, can the home team in South Africa do the club proud, do the country proud? So many eyes on the future of these boys.
I fancy Numan Shaga just had a little dab at that one as it came whizzing past him outside off stump. This partnership has grown sufficiently now that South Africa have only got one slip in place, so perhaps it was a shot that could have paid off. Probably just a single though. There's a third man in place.
It's white ball cricket. Overstepping was Ngobane Mokoena. This means now it's going to be a free hit. Can be hit wherever he wants. And even if he did double at that particular ball, if it was edged, It was never going to be given out because of that overstepping. So now it's going to be a happening here. Big man is Numan Shah. He's a big hitter as well.
Second time Mokoena has overstepped today. Again, he goes for the short ball, but Numan Shah was waiting for it on the back foot, and he just slaps it over wide mid on for 4.
Gives him a gift rather than Ngobani Mokoena. You'd think that you want to give him a delivery that's going to be hard to hit, but it's set up for him so deliciously. The only thing he could do was feast. There's no one behind deep mid-wicket. Gwena Mapaga is in the ring. So either way, it was going to be easy money for him, and he gets the maximum.
Yeah, it went for 6, not for 4. So lovely shot by Numan Shah there. The ball into the 19th over now, so it's not as hard. And that just set up beautifully for the Afghanistan captain. Mokoena pulls it back now with a dot ball.
That's where he needs to be able to hit. Ball in, ball out, ball in, ball out. Non-stop. It sounds and feels boring because you want to showcase as much of your skill as you possibly can to show that you are worthy of being here. But it's so important to understand when to use those certain skills, and right now the game just requires you to be patient.
Lovely drive, slashed away through cover point for 4.
Too wide, too easy. 4 runs through the covers. That's how they bring up their 50-run partnership now. They came together in the crease at 4.5 overs. Bowling way too full, giving it too much width. Mokoena Murray, as good as he is as a fielder, can't do anything about that. What a stylish way to bring up their 50-run partnership and end over number 19 at 75 for 4.
Yeah, not a great ball, but very well put away by Numan Shah Aga, as we're going to see a change of bowling from the northern end. It's still going to be spin, but it's Jean James, the off-spinner, replacing the slow left armer Sipho Potswane.
Very good replacement to have a Juan James. Sipho Potswane is dangerous. Juan James is a first-class player, plying his trade at the Western Province. He did grow up, though, in Gauteng Province, so these are conditions he's well aware of. Having played club cricket around here, surely he knows old Eds too. But here, he bowls to Rahimullah Zumati.
And it's a good start by the tall off-spinner. He's been one of the most economical bowlers in the tournament so far. The third most economical, going for just 3.59 runs per over. Bit overpitched, mistimed by Zumati. Jean James, the most economical South African bowler as well. The other 2 bowlers who have been more economical than him in this tournament. It's overpitched again, but good work by Diwan Murray. Mushir Khan of India, who's had a wonderful tournament, and he's gone at 3.14 to the over. And Naman Tiwari, also of India, 3.36 to the over.
Those are impressive numbers for Juan James. And it becomes so tricky as well, given his height, given that very high release point as well. And he doesn't just toss the ball up, he bowls it at a good neck too. So it becomes so tricky to get him away.
Afghanistan really trying to work the ones here, you can see, but the bowling is good and the fielding is tight and well placed.
Not really attacking as Juan James, but he's controlling and maintaining and applying the pressure. The mistake may come from the batters, but the fielding is just really applying the pressure additionally to what he is doing, and he bowls a magnificent over to start it off with no run scored.
Yeah, excellent over, and we're now going to... No, we are not going to quite have a commentary change just yet. We'll stick together for another over, Pendula, as Sipho Potsani looks like he's changing ends.
Like this idea from the South African under-19s. We haven't been seeing a lot of coupling of the spin bowling, and it's actually the first time that we've seen two spin bowlers in one side for the South Africans. The value of having an all-rounder in Johan James, who can also bat really well. Now they have Sipho Potsane, who's going to be coming from the north end, where there is a little bit of juice for the pacers. What is he going to do with his left arm spin?
It's a good way to get your over rate up, that's for sure. Oh, too short. And Naman Shah has just leant back and walloped that over long on again for 6.
Not the greatest stance from Potsane, needing to get himself into the new end. But you don't do it like that. Wildly half-tracked. Easy pickings that even if Gonamapaga was standing at the long-on boundary, the only thing he'd do was pick it up at the training nets after that banging maximum shot.
It's the first really bad ball that Potsani's bowled today. Maybe the change of ends just unsettling him a bit.
Those figures speaks for themselves. 6 runs in his first 2 overs. Due a wicket if he continues.
He's gone short again, but Mapaka running in and very nearly got there for what would have been a wonderful catch. Perhaps the batsman not picking up that Mapaka had gone back to the boundary.
He's due one, especially when they look to attack him. But it's good fielding additionally from Mapaka, because that could have easily seeped through for 4.
Ball boy.
And a fraction short by Potsane.
That short delivery almost giving him a wicket. Very tough take for Mapara to complete. Running in hard from the boundary. But almost getting a wicket was Potsane.
Yeah, that's nicely flighted. And just worked down to long on for 1 by Raimula.
And such a difference between the two styles of the spin bowlers. Potsane, more turn, more natural spin bowler. That's his role in the team. Johan James, much taller, much quicker through the air too.
Had him reaching for that a little bit. Good delivery.
The word I was looking for is traditional spinner. Flighty, slow in the air, looking for as much turn as possible.
And that's a good end to the over by Sipho Potsane. And we will now have Gert Maloney joining in Pendula Magubani.
Just giving away that big boundary in this first over, then creating an opportunity. Ball nearly into the hands of Gwenamapaga, who's not only shown that he's brilliant with the ball, taking 3 wickets, wanted to showcase his skill in the field as well. Takes the score to 83 for the loss of 4 after 21 overs. The recovery job has been magnificent for this 5th wicket between Numan Shah Aga and Rarimula Zumati. Johan James starting with a maiden over. He here continues with Gert Maloney in the commentary box with I.
And what change of fortunes it's been for Afghanistan since you've come in. A lucky charm. Yeah, fantastic. Losing that 4 wickets in the power play already. And fantastic work by the captain Numan Shah Aga and also Zumati. Doing a great job to consolidate.
And they just have been doing this time on and time again. Johan James is trying to stop it. Stork does the stopping at the deep. But just the rotation of strike eventually is going to get really frustrating.
Yeah, it's one thing that's changed in this last 10 overs compared to the first 10. It is the amounts of pressure that's been put on the batters. They've absorbed all that pressure. And now just playing a bit more fluently. We saw a big 6 in the previous over. We saw a lovely 4. And from a man who had 3 ducks in a row, all of a sudden Numan Shah Aga, the captain and wicketkeeper of this Afghanistan team, is confident. He looks a lot better, looks more competent. Oh, getting that ball just to bounce. And as I said, just looking much better. And as every time I've said that, the Afghanistan batters, something happens, and then just something like that happens.
Just looking to go scoring, like it's just been dot balls. John James is holding his own. And he's holding his own really well, keeping it tidy.
Yeah, they're really going through the overs very quickly, as it does have become a little bit darker. Clouds coming in, as we mentioned earlier, around about 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, there is a prediction of rain, which will not help South Africa's chances of getting to that final.
Like the idea of having the spin bowlers working right now, but you just assess the conditions and you look at how drastically they change. The wind is picking up. Maybe throw the ball to one of your seamers for 1 over to see what it's going to do. I know you want to see the over rate pick up. There's a plan done, but just reading what's going on, you might just throw that, but it's not going to be the case right now.
Yeah, tandem spinners operating, and the problem I have is they've been bowling decently well. We saw Botswana is over going for a couple, a big 6 and a lovely 4. And the problem I have is they don't look as threatening as the seamers are doing. They don't beat the outside part of the bat as often. They don't. He nearly did give it away, that Numan Shah, but it was more of a false shot than a good ball.
But it's funny. Isn't that the deal, and isn't that the case for the spinner? If there's no turn on offer, if there's no extra bounces, there's no real assistance for you, it's then that the batters believe that they can take you on, and boom, the opportunities come. So it's going to be so important. Just you look at that delivery, just held up just a little bit despite it being short. Mid-wicket is waiting there in Johan James.
And that is the problem that we have at the moment, is those loose deliveries. Pressure being built for 1 or 2 balls, and then the short one comes.
Gonna have to be keeping it tidy here is Sipopotane, but he's been doing a very decent job. Has only gone for 1 boundary, which was that 6, as he changed up ends. And right now, just holding it steady, and it's gonna be good pressure here being applied by the spinners. Neither Johan James nor Sipopotane are going for runs. They are really holding it strong, and that's 20 overs that they are going to be scheduled to bowl, because right now Johan James has 8, and after this there'll be 6, so that's still 14 overs of less than 2 runs and over.
But you still feel they need to pick up wickets. They need to entice that false shot, although there's no turn on offer. You said the ball is holding up in the deck. What a lovely stop that by the bowler.
Sipopotane is a cover fielder. Cover fielders, backward point, slip fielders, those are your guys with those reactions and those reflexes in that cover cordon, and Sipopotane is one of them. Not only just a good bowler, not only just a good batter, but also a good fielder. Ends over number 23 here at the Old Edwardians Club. It's 85 for the loss of 4. John James is barely going for runs. If anything, he's going for nothing.
Yeah, John James has been holding up his end, only conceding the 1 run thus far. Oh, and that's what I want to see, is just 1 or 2 holding up in the pitch. Although there's no turn, just use the conditions to your advantage and making sure that the ball works for you.
It becomes such a tricky situation when the pitch starts holding the ball up. The pace is already slow from the spinner. You're already waiting. There's more power you need to generate, and all of a sudden the ball doesn't come to you. Leaves the bat hanging. almost losing his wicket over there. And when you get the length working, just like Johan James does with that particular delivery, that's when it creates that threat of mistiming.
Yes, and I love the fact that South Africa is not bowling it too quickly. Keeping it nice and slow, and an easy wicket given away.
Not really what they wanted here, Afghanistan. And it is that thing that we are talking about. The ball holding up. How are you going to be able to time it? And it's not easy to time. Man stationed at backward square catches it, and it's the easiest catch that Gwena Mapaga can ever wish for. And Johan James strikes.
And he strikes with a very easy catch to Gwena Mapaga. It is one of those that that just sat up. Not really sure what the shot was, where he was aiming at. Maybe just trying to get it over that man of 45. No hand speed. And as I said earlier, love the pace they're bowling with. And this is the threatening thing that I want to see from the spinners, is just using the conditions. As we see that replay, just trying to work it past that 45 and just a little bit of a little bit of fielding practice there.
That little extra bounce, that little turn as well. Just getting the inner part of the batters, was trying to work that down the leg side. Was trying to pop it over into that open space behind the short fine leg. But it was not good enough. Good bowling, good pace like you're talking about. The pitch is gripping up. Unfortunate Numan Shah, after batting so well for his 35, loses it after 62 deliveries. Ngobani Mokoena, the man with the catch rather than Gwena Mapaga, and it leaves Afghanistan halfway through their batting order with 86 runs on the board.
Yeah, it looks like the 80s is in great luck for the Afghanistans. But South Africa spinners bowling very well in tandem. I was just calling for them to be a little bit more threatening. I was just calling for them to do something different. And Johan James just did that, picking up his first wicket.
It's that pressure that they are constantly applying, making sure that they are not scoring. And eventually, they're going to start forcing the issue. They forced it. Lost the wickets of Numan Shah Aga. Was trying to get the single off strike as the new man Nasir Hassan, getting a thick outside edge out to short extra cover, which ends the over with a dot ball. A successful run for the South Africans, breaking the 61-run partnership. It's 86 for 5 with that catch from Ngobani Mokoena, making sure that they are halfway through.
Yeah, and Captain Numan Shah Aga will be very angry with himself, because he soaked up so much pressure from that opening bowlers, and then he started to flow, started playing some lovely shots, and then got to feel he gave that away. It wasn't a great shot, no hand speed. If you want to get it past that man, you've got to flick it a bit more wristy.
You know, that is what happens when the bowlers are not giving runs away. Sipho Potsane, now in his third over in his spell. He's only given away 9 runs, but 6 of those have been one ball in the opening ball of his spell. Almost creating another opportunity. Wonderful bowling. The lengths that are being executed here by the boys in green and gold is immaculate.
Yeah, it's one of those areas that they have improved a lot, South Africa. But that being said, let's look at an Afghanistan perspective. The ball gripping, holding up, starting to turn a bit. I don't think it'll be great news for the South African batters, as Afghanistan has got a couple of fantastic spinners in their team.
South Africa having lost so many of their wickets to spin. The previous match losing 7 out of their 10 wickets to the arm of a spinner. And with the spinners here showing that there is something to work with that lack of pace. Kazanfar will feel hard done that he's not playing. But Arab Gul Momand, he's there. He's going to be waiting to just showcase his skill.
Oh, this one just a little bit flatter, a little bit quicker. Just see the excitement. Botsane just jumping up a few paces. He liked that.
It's going to be important to just keep calm here for Rahimullah Zamati, something that he knows how to do. He's absorbed so much pressure with 61 deliveries that deliveries like that are bound to come, where he can just flick it easily off his pads. And now he moves up to 22 rather.
We mentioned it a bit earlier when he came to the crease, is exactly what Afghanistan needed when he came in, is someone to occupy the crease. Strike rate not important. With them being 4 down, he's done a fantastic job with his captain, Aga, just to consolidate this innings and give them something to bowl at.
Just Nasir Hassan finally just got off the mark. Zumati, he's there just holding it strong. 61 deliveries for his 22. Sipopotane will be looking to just make sure that he continues hitting the mark constantly and constantly. Going to attack for that one, but easy risks for Nasir Hassan. And what we know from Nasir Hassan is that he doesn't mind taking a lot of singles.
He loves running between the wickets. He's a very quick runner. We saw him turning for that one immediately.
But the wicket taker, John James, was a cog also in that SA merging team in Division 2 that went on to topple the Knights in the final. And he might get another wicket. Steve Stork is under it. He jumps over. But he doesn't get his hand onto the ball. Magnificent effort from the man at mid-on, who's a lightning bolt in the field.
How we know him in the slips. You know, if he be able to touch it, he'll be catching it. And that one just kept going, and just eluding him.
He's called. It's just a bucket. Is Steve Stork. Bucket hands for catches. Bucket hands to stop runs. Bucket hands in just scoring runs as well. And he might get a catching opportunity. Landing short. But this is good stuff from Juan James. Good stuff from the Afghanistanis.
Now, John James doing a fantastic job here, nearly creating 2 wickets. Oh, same batter, but very nearly that one carrying to Steve Stork as well. And fantastic fielding. Those pickups are never easy. Very easy to slip underneath you or even jump over that leg. He put his whole body behind it.
It's good control this over from Juan James. The one thing he'll take positives off is that they were trying to get a hold of him, trying to hit him out of the park, and that's creating opportunities like these, just landing in front of Steve Stork. The previous ball going over Steve Stork, which could have been a catch if he was a few yards back or if he was running in from the boundary. But it means over number 26 sees Afghanistan on 91 for the loss of 5.
Just see with the John James building up that pressure, just enticing 1 or 2 false shots, trying to force the issue. No pace to work with.
His best bowling figures, Juan James, is, we said he does play List A cricket. He was playing against the Easterns in the SA Emergings. Massive win, winning by 230. That game, James taking 5 for the loss of 20.
Not a big turner of the ball. Does land it in good lengths. I think that's his big weapon. The length is always a key, especially for spin bowlers. And it gives him no pace to work with, so it does make it very difficult for the batters.
And the thing is, he's not just taking wickets and cleaning up the tail, he's taking key wickets as well. is Juan James. So having a player who has that temperament of taking those types of wickets is such a good addition to the team. And with the experience that he has playing in the Western Province, having the likes of George Linde in your ear, Paul Adams, being brought up in this side of the world as well, in Gauteng, where spin is not what you'd normally find. So he has to hone his skill to a higher level, and it's paying off.
All those different influences has definitely helped him along the way. And it also helps that he's got a prolific opening partnership in Andre Burger and Björn Hendricks to help along as well. Those two have been destroying the top order, and we've seen that Andre Burger has been taking wickets for the Proteas as well.
Of course, he's played some first-class cricket as well, Juan James. 5 matches, bowled 5 times. Those numbers show that he is an all-rounder, though, and not a spearhead spinner. But who is a spearhead spinner? Sipho Potsane, who had some interest against Nasir Shah. The ball seemingly drifting down the leg side, not much turn, but that is definitely going to excite young Potsane.
Yes, definitely excitement there. Had a bit of a look around. Didn't look too unhappy with the decision. Might have been sliding down leg side. It's missing that leg stump with the angle.
It's both spinners creating opportunities. Steve Stork has been moved away from mid-on. He's now at a long on. They're looking to go big against Juan James, so maybe that's an opportunity they're looking to grab. It's halfway down the pitch, but David Tiga fails to collect the ball. It was going to be big problems for Rahimullah or Nasir Hassan.
Yeah, that would have been catastrophic for Afghanistan. A run out now is the last thing they would need. Maybe just have a bit of a fist bump. Maybe just say, let's forget about that one. Get the calling right, because he set off. Hassan was doing ball watching. Oh, if he picked that up, we would have had another run out. And that is one thing that we haven't seen as much of in this tournament. The running between the wickets in general has been very, very good. But a clean pick up there, and it would have been a walk in the park for SA.
It was a wise call from Nasir Hassan to not even go for that single, because David Tiga is also a good fielder. A clean pickup there, simply gone. Maybe feeling that the connection was good, Rahimullah. Sometimes as a batter, there is just that inkling of saying, okay, here's my space here, here's my pocket, and you feel the ball come out of the bat nicely and think that you have that pocket, but the fielder's already there covering because the ball is maybe well too timed, and you're in trouble.
Yeah, every now and again as a batter as well, you just misread the shot, you just misread the angle. You forget that the fielder is a right-handed. He might have misjudged him for a left-handed fielder, so he had to come around, and you can just see the two batters having a conversation there, and you can just see him pointing out what he thought was happening there.
Would have been in real trouble. Tiga was there in a flash. Rahimullah was nowhere to be seen. But he took off after he saw that fumble. That's why we still have 5 wickets down for the South Africans. Sipho Potsane has been bowling extraordinarily well, keeping things in control. Had a slight scare against Nasir Hassan. Slight appeal. And now the ball just carrying on with the line. It's going to be leg byes.
Leg by signal, but no intent to keeping that one down. If he connected, there is no one back at the square leg fence. It's only the 45 in the circle for protection there.
Starting to now really look at what these two gentlemen in Sipho Potsane and Juan James are doing. Such different classes of spinners. One short, using his traditional skills of a spin bowler, left armour as well to both right-handers. And then you have the tall Juan James, who bowls it quicker through the air, getting extra bounce, and his right armour. So those are two different skill sets that the batters have to deal with, and they're preserving their wickets, but they are failing to score.
Yeah, just trying to take that ball away, and thus far, Nasir Hassan has looked pretty comfortable against the left arm spinner.
But the problem is he's not scoring. 5 from 21. The pressure is being applied. Steve Stork at mid-wicket saying you are not going anywhere.
And that's the thing, is both these batters' strike rate is on, Zurmati is on 37 and Hassan is on a 23.
It's just being put there as well, because now you take a look and you see that Sipopotane has bowled yet another maiden over. His first one. Juan James also has the maiden over. Between the two spinners, they've bowled 12 and they've only given away 25 runs in those 12 overs with the prized wickets of Numan Shah Aga. If that doesn't say that they are controlling this, I don't know what will.
Yeah, and always you mentioned prize wicket. It was a very important wicket, but also a gift for South Africa. Just getting the field right, getting the mid on and long on out on the fences.
You know those gifts that you receive? They come with hard work. Oliver Whitehead also showing that he's got that hard work in his arsenal, wanting the reward of a wicket. Almost getting the run out a couple of overs ago were the South Africans. Whitehead, Mapara in that cover cordon. Murray standing at mid-wicket. They just keep rotating the strike over and over again. They now move to 97. And the clouds still just lingering up in the sky.
Yeah, clouds just covers there. The forecast not great.
Oh, just looking for that space behind Kwenamapara, but the bat saving Rahimullah.
Fantastic stop there by the keeper, Luandre Pretorius, because those they are not easy.
Devon Maria nearly getting it, pissed it with himself that no, why didn't I get that? But it runs down for a single with Steve Stork partnering his man.
John James just doing a fantastic job, and just mentioning that take from Pretorius. You'd have been blinded for a while there with the ball disappearing in front of the batter. Then to get gloves on that was fantastically done.
Oh, wonderful bowling from Juan James. Looping that one into the air. Nearly getting the off stump, nearly getting the edge, but it misses everything and it's down for a single.
Just took off all the pace in that delivery. And oh my word, that beaten everything. It beaten the bat, missed the stumps, and also beaten the keeper. So we see just something for the batters, getting some medical attention. Nasir Hassan just pointing at something. It might be that arm guard. You see his arm is strapped, his left arm. Might just need some strapping for it, or it could be his glove as well.
Should need it. He's been out there for a long time. 25 runs, just looking like he's taking it off. Gets more freedom now to free flow those long arms. Sipopotane, he's been in absolute control. 19 runs for his 7 overs. And he's still just establishing control. It's good work, because now it means when the Pacers come in with a juicy track, they'll have to be the ones who are going to be targeted by the batters, which will create more opportunities. And there's an opportunity here. Under it is Oliver Whitehead, and that is the pressure telling. Sipopotane has been outstanding, asking them, are you going to take me on? Are you going to take me on? Eventually they do, but straight to the poles, standing at cow corner.
Not the first time he's looked for that sweep shot. The first one he's connected though. And just picking out the man to perfection. You can just see Whitehead standing absolutely still and just swallowing that one. And Potsane loving it.
Like we said, taking out the arm guard because he wants to free his arms, but the only thing that was being freed was his stay at the crease. Nasir Hassan gone for 6 from 28 deliveries, looking to hit the ball against the spin. What a hard thing to do, especially someone who's hitting his length so well like Sipopotane. Lost his wicket, but at least losing it, seeing what he's trying to do.
And with the slowness of the deck, it does make it very hard to hit the cow corner. So you will maybe just work it around to that square leg fence, and fantastic captaincy and placement by Tiger as well, knowing that he can leave that cow corner open, because it does make it very hard to hit against the spin with the slowness of the deck.
And that's the thing with pressure also. It's not a 1 over thing, it's not a 2 over thing, it's a build-up. Constantly bowling, not giving anything away. Eventually the bowlers will, or the batters will get angry, and they'll want to show that they are also in the pitch. It's a pride thing. It's a psychological thing when you're not scoring runs, and when you look to go big, you find a man at the poles if you don't connect properly.
New batter coming to the crease, Arab Gul Momant. He would have been, he's the leg spinner. Oh, sorry, the left arm off spinner as well, so he'll know Botswane well.
I'll understand the ideas of what Botswana is trying to do, but no spin for the left armer, drifting down onto the pads. Will look to just draw that length slightly back and pop it onto that off stump, aiming for the top of off to introduce the new batter. John James waits at slip, but Arab Gul Momand gets his first runs. And also with those singles, with that little single, brings up the 100 for Afghanistan too.
Afghanistan was all down and out with the 4 early wickets. They'll be happy to get into the triple figures. Getting the 100 on the board.
Botswana is bowling oh so well. Just watching how the scoring rate has been bogged down by both him and Juan James. How could he ask for more, David Tiger? Goes over the top. There's no one down there. 2 shorts from Botswana, but an aggressive stroke from Rahimullah Zumati moves him to 30, and it's a good way to end the over.
We saw that earlier as well. He just didn't get anything to it, and all of a sudden that one just flew away, and that's another boundary for Afghanistan.
It's a great shot going on to one knee. And with that extraordinary shot, it's the end of the 31st. It's 100 for 6, and a commentary change. We'll see, can Boland come back with Gert Maloney?
Yes, Captain Statistics back with us once again.
Thank you, Kurt. And what a partnership this is for Afghanistan.
A very important partnership. This is where they just need to carry on what they've been doing. They haven't been scoring freely. It's been very difficult. But the longer they can just keep the South Africans in the park, eat up as much time as they possibly can.
John James continues with his off spin. Very tight. And I guess, Kurt, that's the one good thing for South Africa. They haven't managed to break the partnership. but at least they have kept the scoring rate down a bit.
Yeah, relatively new batter at the crease at Arab Gul Momant. The set batter, Zurmati, is on 30 off 71, but when he came to the crease, exactly what they needed. It's just for someone to occupy the crease, and him with his captain did a great job. And now the scoring has just gone into that triple figures, and I think they'll be a little bit happier where they are. Normally after 30 overs, you want to double up and see where you are with wickets in hand. Only 4 wickets. I think they'll be eyeing up at least a 150, 160.
Yeah, if Ray Muller stays in and gets going, they can even get to 200 perhaps. But that's the end of another very tidy over by Johan James.
And another maiden for him as well. He's only conceded 9 runs in his 7 overs. He's been bowling brilliantly. And Botsani, 8 overs, also picking up the 1 wicket for 24. So between the two of them, they've done a fantastic job. And still with a lot of cloud cover, feel that there might still be something in it for the seamers as well. There is a bit of a inconsistent bounce in the deck as well.
I guess with the spinners going well, no need to change them. I does wonder if Afghanistan, I know it's difficult obviously with losing 6 wickets, but maybe they just need to take a little bit more of a risk against the spinners. Certainly try and work the ones a bit more.
And little slight misfields like that would help.
Good start to the over for Afghanistan.
As you mentioned, just that rotation becomes very important now. Only 18 overs to go. And if you can at least go at 5 and 6 from here, that 180 might even become a reality for you.
I do like that Captain David Teager is keeping that inner ring strong. He's only got 2 men out on the boundary. Allowed 4.
Well, with the intent not really shown by the batters. It was basically only Nazar Hassan that showed that he's going for that slog sweep, wanted to get over the inner ring.
Even a slip in place now. And again a shot straight to a fielder. Nicely driven, but still a dot ball. Oh, South Africa really strangling Afghanistan here.
Yeah, they're really tightening the screws, and now we just see mid on and mid off being dropped to long on and long off, and not all the way to the fence. It's basically just about halfway down.
Good idea. Protect the good over. Nice fielding off his own bowling by Sipa Botswana, saving the single and the end of a very tidy over by the left-arm spinner, who's now bowled 9 overs and just conceded 25 runs. So Arab Gul Momant just getting himself in on 1 not out off 12 deliveries. Rahimullah Zermati, really the man who's carrying Afghanistan's hopes here of getting into the final. He's on 31 not out. He's faced 72 deliveries. And Jean James will continue from the northern end. Long on and long off, both back.
I think this one might just be a ploy just to get the set batter off strike, give him the single, bowl a couple of dots at the relatively new batter.
Down legs, Zermati missed out there. Yeah, absolutely. You don't want Ray Muller collecting boundaries. So give him the one straight down the ground, easy shot.
And even down the ground is becoming very hard against John James. He has been tightening this cruise, almost stripping the thread at the moment.
That run's worked away, square of the wicket, and they will get a single there.
Now it will be interesting to see what Arab Gul does. He's faced 13 deliveries, only getting the single thus far. Right armer turning it into him.
Pitched right up there, but straight back to the bowler. He feels he needs to get going a bit now. He's been in a while. Needs to at least be able to work the ones and get his partner back on strike.
And great captaincy by Tiga, getting the long on and long off back into the circle, just hanging on that edge of the circle. And as you mentioned earlier, Ken, for the new batter, only has got deep square on the fence, so very much an attacking field. And as we see another end of a John James over, we try to make a point and he's done with the over.
Yeah, it's all going splendidly for South Africa at the moment. All defence really from Afghanistan. One wonders if they haven't, with the shock of the loss of those early wickets, gone into a bit of a defensive mindset. Just trying to survive really, but 16 overs left now. And with a set batter, one feels that they have a chance of posting something that could be competitive, that could give them a chance in this game. South Africa, of course, will be chasing under the pressure of knowing that they have to win this game to make the final.
And also under the pressure knowing that they were unable to score down or chase down a 160 odd the previous time, which Afghanistan fielders will kindly let them know. As we see a change in bowling, Kwena Mapaka coming back.
From the same end where he took those 3 early wickets. Oh, straight away. Gets one to leap off the surface, past the gloves of Rahimullah. Beautifully bowled.
And you can just see the reaction from Rahimullah Zurmati there. Just showing that ball took off. Just showing to his partner, now we got to look at it. Changing it up. This is going to make it even harder for them to score runs. Again, very attacking field. The third man on the fence. And a deep square. Just backward a square.
The hook shot comes out. It's been spliced. But safely to the man who comes in from the square leg boundary. Not very convincing though by Rahimullah.
That is something that the South African fielders would love to see. They love seeing him playing a shot. If he played that properly, he would have been down the throat of big Riley Norton. At backward square on the fence. Still only 2 men out. Even their mid-on and mid-off is very wide as well, enticing the drive. One slip in place.
Left alone by Arab Gul, and feels maybe he was a little bit tempted and then pulled out of the shot. Good to see one of the stalwart coaches of South African cricket, Gordon Parsons, on the boundary. He's helping out, doing a bit of consultancy work with the Afghanistan team. Of course, his knowledge of South African conditions and pitch is absolutely immense.
Yeah, he's been doing it for a minute, so he probably has seen it all.
And currently the head coach of Limpopo, and the effect has been immediate really. Limpopo have always been down towards the bottom of the standings, them and Mpumalanga in Division 2, but Limpopo now right up near the top of the log. So Gordon Parsons will be very pleased with how things are going there in his full-time job.
As we see a second place being introduced, Steve Stork coming into a second slip.
Ooh, a little dabble outside off stump there from Arab Gul.
Not sure if he just was trying to he practices a shot going through the covers. It was almost between as he was caught in two minds, trying to work the ball down to third man and playing a bit of a hockey shot immediately with that shot. We see another change as Devon Murray now comes into round about a third slip, but a very close in third slip.
Quite right. Gould looking very tentative outside that off stump. He's played that one nicely though, middle of the bat to cover point.
This is an extraordinary field that they're bowling at. It's only the point and the extra cover in the cover region. No mid off, no long off. That's the only one on the side, and then the three slips as we see Drinks.
Yeah, Drinks break with Afghanistan on 108 for 6 after 35 overs. It's going to be a fascinating last 15 overs to see just how far Afghanistan can take this innings of theirs. South Africa, of course, will be wanting to wrap it up as quickly as possible. Do join us. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Edwardians club, where we're heading into the last 15 overs of the Afghanistan innings in this last round robin match of this triangular tournament before the Under-19 World Cup. And South Africa, of course, have to win this game to get into the final against India on Wednesday. If they don't, it'll be Afghanistan who go through. At the moment, Afghanistan are struggling. Sent into bat 108 for 6 after 35 overs. Gert Maloney, these last 15 overs are going to be very interesting, aren't they?
Now they're going to be very interesting because we've had the threats of rain. We had a quick look at the forecast as well, and according to all the clever weather apps, it should be pouring down at the moment, and with 80% chance. But we've actually see a bit of blue sky. Clouds have lifted up nicely, so thankfully giving us chance before it pours down and gracing us with some water.
John James, down the leg side, starts with a wide, but he's been incredibly effective, bowling his 9th over now, and he's conceded just 11 runs. And of course it was him who broke the partnership. Really, there doesn't also seem to be much intent even to maybe look for the quick single either.
It almost looks like they feel that he's been a bit of a threat. They're struggling to pick the slowness of which he's bowling. He's normally someone that goes a lot quicker through the air. And he's just taken off the pace nicely, almost bowling it from behind the fingers instead of pushing it through. See that one also given a lot more flight. So I think they would just want to see him off.
He's just been so accurate, that's the thing. But at some stage, you can't just let the spin bowler bowl to you, ball after ball. Dragged his legs back a bit there and his pace. Nicely done.
You can see the batsman's a little bit of frustration creeping in.
Punched down the ground, half a stop by Divan Murray. And just the single. Yeah, one senses Rahimullah Zumati. He's the set batsman on 34, 79 balls. And there's probably been a little word in his ear by the Afghanistan coaching staff to go, you've just got to pick up the pace a little bit. So he'll be feeling under a little bit of pressure.
And the pressure's going to go both ways because he is on 82 deliveries already. And he doesn't want to give it away.
James got one.
Certainly not, yeah. 6 down already. 36 overs gone. 110 for 6.
And as I mentioned, doesn't want to give it away because he has faced so many deliveries. But he has been someone that every time there he's been facing up and facing the deliveries, he is someone that's been cashing in. They'll be looking for him to be the mainstay and everyone just bats around him.
Quena Mapaka returned for an over before the drinks break, and he's going to back it up with a second over. It's his 8th overall, so he might just bowl this one and then come back at the death. The extra pace just helping Afghanistan get a quick single down the short third man.
Devon Murray has been all over the field, and the frustration whenever he doesn't hit the stumps or doesn't get a clean pickup. He is livid with himself, and where most fielders won't even get to reach the ball, he is livid with himself for not doing better. Fantastic fielder.
Yeah, named Fielder of the Week in the recent Kaya Majola week in Makanda, Grahamstown, as he now goes into third slip for Arab Gul, the newer of the two batters. Sweetly driven wide of extra cover. Again, just a single though, despite a little misfield by David Tiga.
Tiga, fantastic field in his own right. Has had a few fumbles in this Tri-Nations. And that one, just dropping the hammer on it, timing it nicely through the gap, and that is the one thing that's been missing. Although the timing has been there with one or two shots, they just have not been able to pierce that inner ring, and that's what's allowed Tiga to keep the strong fielders in the ring.
Yeah, and there hasn't really been the intent or the ability to go over the top either. So it's been a net that has ever tightened by the South Africans here. They've been in control since the very first over. Quena Mapaka struck in the first over of the day.
Now he's making a bit of a habit of striking in that first over, picking up 2 in the game against India as well. For the first time, we see 3 men on the fence. It's third man, fine leg, and deep square. And still a very open V for the batter.
Pulled, but straight to that, quite straight mid-wicket.
Bowling without a mid-on or mid-off in place. Swinging the ball from around the wicket, creating that angle. Just wanting the batter maybe to prod at it a bit in front of his body, getting into that gap and just getting it through bat and pad then. Going through the gap.
Pitched up and again, mid-wicket. In business, the throw was a bit wayward from Whitehead. But, good covering by the slips.
Sometimes we feel as bowlers that the fielders do that on purpose to work you up. On purpose overthrow. Let's see what he does then. Let's see how angry you can get him.
Yeah, if your fast bowler's a bit down on pace. Top edged on the hook, and this should be a very comfortable catch at mid-wicket. It is, and the short ball has worked. Ryan Muller is furious, slapping his bat, but Quentin Parker has his 4th wicket.
And that is the one that they wanted. The said batter is sent back into the hut. It is exactly what the doctor ordered. 4th wicket for Quentin Parker, and I think this might just keep him into the attack. He still has 2 overs to go after this. Maybe try and wrap up the tail.
Yeah, go for the quick kill. Quentin Parker has used the short ball sparingly, but as you see there, it's very effective with his pace and the bounce that's available on this pitch. Ryan Muller perhaps trying to hook a little bit too much from outside off stump there.
Expecting the ball to come in a little bit more with the angle. Might have that he's just held its line a tad. And again, the same with the dismissal we saw from Aga as well. Just the hand speed not going through the line. They almost just want to time it to the fence. If you're going to go for that one that's a little bit high, you want to throw the hands at it. And if you get an edge or a top edge, then it will fly away. You know, if you're going to go hard, which they didn't do there. So giving it away after facing 87 deliveries, going for 35. And as you mentioned, Quena using that short ball sparingly, but well-directed short balls this time round.
Absolutely, and I think just the pace and bounce, quite literally meaning that the hook shot was played on the back foot, kind of. The batsman's certainly not getting on top of it, certainly not able to control it. Jean James will now bowl his final over and starts with yet another dot ball.
9.1 overs, going for 13 runs. I think all of his deliveries have been dots, basically, except the 13 singles.
44 dot balls now. So he's bowled 9 overs and 2 balls, so that's 56 deliveries, 44 of which have been dot balls. Quite remarkable, and an area where Afghanistan can perhaps look at and look to improve when the Under-19 World Cup starts on January 19th.
You know, when John James has been bowling, it's almost been watching Pac-Man, eating up the dots.
Off the edge, the one that went straight on, down to third man, and some much needed runs, in fact 4 runs for Afghanistan. That's the one place where the ring isn't really closing in tight. You just sense when James runs into bowl, you just see all the fielders quickly off their marks, coming in. It's been really suffocating for the Afghanistan batsman.
Yeah, you just hear 1 or 2 chirps saying that he hit the leather of that one. Very unlucky to concede 4 runs there. Just messed up his figures a little bit. Now gone for 17.
The over and spell.
Solid defensive stroke to end the over, and what a wonderful ration of 10 overs by Jean James. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 17. He's done outstanding work, and him and his spin bowling brother-in-arms, Sipa Botswane, 9 overs, 1 for 25. So they've done a brilliant job backing up the South African pace bowlers. It looks like Mapaka's not going to bowl his 10th over. They're keeping one in the bag for him, or 2. In fact, he's got 2 overs left. So David Teager not going for the quick kill.
Well, maybe the plan is there. We saw that Kobane Mokoena got a lot of bounce as well. Changing ends, though. It's maybe just trying to get that extra lift here.
Steer towards backward point, but Divan Murray is so quick to cut off the single.
Yeah, normally we associate those quickness with a smaller frame of person. He is not a small man. Is Devon Murray, is stocky, very well built. Big lad, and he does cover a lot of ground.
Moves very well. I wonder if he does a bit of athletics at school. Certainly very athletic. Short ball, but totally mistimed.
And this is what will happen as your new batters come in, as Faridun Dawoodzai is not known for his batting. He's a fantastic bowler. He is someone that swings the ball as well. He is the left arm seamer for Afghanistan, the opening bowler. Does have a couple of wickets to his name as well. Very difficult to get away, much like Quena was in his spell.
Ooh, back of a length and a waft outside off stump from Dawoodzai.
Just hear the encouragement coming from everywhere. Quena Mpaka just encouraging his bowler. And for South Africa, absolute must win. South Africa wins. They play in that final Wednesday against India. Any other result, Afghanistan will play in that final.
Again, Mokoena probing that channel outside off stump. It's good bowling. He's got 2 slips in place, waiting for the mistake from the batsman.
With John James finishing up, Sipho Botsane might just have an over from his end. Here from the northern commentary end.
Yeah, South Africa, not surprisingly, given how dominant they've been with the ball, have just used the 5 bowlers. So one imagines that they'll bowl their way through.
You can just see the bowlers that has got overs left. Riley Norton still has 5 left. Kobane Mokoena after this got 3 left. Quena Mpaka has got 2 left. And then Sipho Botsane only has the 1 left. I feel he might be finishing up as well. And then C might just be at the end of the day going to take them home.
I suppose if Captain David Teager wants to just break up the pace a bit, he can bring himself on for an over or 2 of spin.
Yes, the deck has been very conducive to the spin, very spin friendly, which might not be the best news for South African batters, because it might just force Afghanistan, if they don't have a big score here, maybe just to start up with a spinner, just to change things around.
Well, I guess the way South Africa's opening partnership has gone very well in this tournament, I guess opposition teams maybe thinking about doing something a bit different just to try and break that stand early. South Africa's middle order has been a bit vulnerable.
Yeah, both teams, India and Afghanistan, has shown that once they get into that middle order, they pick up wickets at regular intervals. You do have 1 or 2 players batting well, but then the bowlers come in and they pick up the set batter at regular intervals, as we see Riley Norton coming in from this end. So Botsane has to wait to finish up his spell.
Riley Norton, 5 overs for 15 runs so far. He's been pretty tidy as the first change bowler. Just setting his field. It looks like a slip is going to come into place. Oh, and you're nearly in business. Prodding outside off stump there, Arab Ghoul.
Just leaning into that. Looking very awkward with that fuller ball swinging away. The one thing that I've noticed today, especially from Afghanistan, there's not been a lot of foot movement against the seamers. They've been very tentative to come forward. And when they've been coming forward, it's almost like they're prodding forward and lunging forward instead of really just stepping into the ball.
Worked away through mid-wicket for 1. I guess those first 10 overs when the ball was whizzing around their chins and ears and maybe a little bit shell-shocked. Not surprising that they've been a little bit tentative to come forward.
Especially with Quenam Parker getting 1 or 2 to lift nicely. And then the big frame of Norton, you never know what the ball's going to do. He does bowl a very heavy ball. But still credit needs to be given to Afghanistan. They did very well in the situation they were in, losing 4 very quick wickets.
Yeah, from 25 for 4 to 116 for 7 is certainly a recovery. Oh, and again, beaten outside that off stump.
The only thing that they would have wanted is Zumati maybe kicking on, or even their captain, Numan Shah Aga, kicking on. It's the latter part of their batting lineup that's in play at the moment with Arab Gul, Momant and also Faridun Dawood.
Yeah, Naman Shah Agar and Rahimullah Zumati both dismissed for 35. That's nicely steered, got on top of the bounce nicely, and good running between the wickets this time. Afghanistan have been crying out for just a little bit more urgency, a bit more intensity, especially in those last dozen overs or so.
Just asking for a little bit more. 3 balls to go until we're done with the 40.
Okay, Norton beating his opponent outside the off stump there.
That has been the call. He's bowled that ball 4 times and 4 times beaten the outside edge. Every time has been back of a length. They looked a little more comfortable getting the one single on the hip, the other one down to third man. 1 more ball to go in this 39th or 40th over.
And they won't get a single there. So a good comeback over from Riley Norton leaves Afghanistan on 118 for 7 after 40 overs. And we will welcome back to commentary Pendula Magumani. So Arab Gul Momant on 7 off 32 deliveries. Farun Dawood has just come to the crease, faced 8 balls. He's on a single. Big ask of them here to try and get Afghanistan up to something competitive in the last 10 overs.
It's even worse given the fact that there's only 3 wickets remaining now. Either one of these 2 gentlemen, Gazanfar, he'll be coming in at number 10 or number 9 rather. Yes, he'll be coming in at number 10, and then Khalid Ahmed will be your last man walking in. So there's not much batting firepower. They're trying to release some of that, getting a thick edge, and Mapaga collects.
The big drive outside off stump, some intent there. Perhaps Afghanistan have decided they've got to push the accelerator a bit. Past the 2 slips.
There really is no choice. There's a nice handicap over the covers. Ngobani Mukwena is putting the ball there to be driven. 2 slips are in place. Juan James, Steve Stork beside Luandre Pretorius. And Ngobani Mokoena is really bowling well.
He was a bit untidy in his opening spell, but the change of edge seems to have suited him quite well. From the southern end, he's been mostly very tidy, bowling at good pace, and he's kept it nicely outside that off stump.
Just went for a couple of runs in his first spell. He's drawn that back. His South African teammates are happy with his work. David Tiga, his captain, even happier with the attacking options in play. Sipopotsane, he hangs around at mid-wicket, another dangerous fielder. So much pressure around the ring, and Kwena Mapaga down here at third man is busy making a noise.
Yeah, it's been good to see Captain David Tiga really making that inner ring strong. I actually can't think of a time when he's had 4 players on the boundary, which he's allowed to have outside of the first power play. So he's made it tough for Afghanistan to get the ones.
Beautiful bowling here because his bowlers are also backing him up and backing the plans up. Ball moving in slightly off the seam for a moment to deal with out of Ngobani Mokwena's hands. And it's the last power play now from 41 to 50. 5 fielders can be lurking outside, but Tika is only using 2. Mapaga in third man. Whitehead standing at deep fine leg. 2 slips in over number 41. It's beautiful intent here from Tiga. And
no ball, unfortunately, but yeah, the field just really speaking to the dominance that South Africa have enjoyed with the ball.
That dominance now just slightly staggering with that one single delivery. No ball overstepping Mokoena. There'll now be a free hit. Mokoena has delivered another extra. It's his 6th extra that he's giving away in this particular match.
Yeah, his 3rd no ball. He's bought at least 3, I think.
Beautiful delivery. Going over the shoulder, bending his back. Good speed. No chance for Ahmad Gul Momand.
On each of the no balls Mokoena has bowled, he's gone for the short ball as the delivery for the free hit. The first time, if it hadn't have been a free hit, the batsman would have been caught. The second time, it really set up for Naman Shah, and he clubbed it over mid-on for 6. But on this occasion, that had fire behind it. That was not too short, and a dot ball.
Not much fire, but finesse from the bat of Momand. Devan Murray, pretty sharp, but there was a single for the shot and a single for the retrieval. 2 runs to end over number 41. It's 122 for the loss of 7.
Just the wind picking up a bit here at Old Edge, blowing from the north, and clouds are clearing a bit. It's actually probably just about the most blue sky we've seen all day, Pendulo.
Happiness for South Africa is that's the case, because they're going to have to come back and bat later on. And luckily enough for them, thanks to their bowling, it seems like the target they'll be chasing down is not too big. Currently standing at 122 for 7. Riley Norton from the north end will look to stamp down his authority. He's yet to take a wicket. And he won't be getting a wicket there. Just easily pockets it down to fine leg for a single. And you know, these are the moments now you look. You say you're on 123. Yes, you have 3 wickets in hand, but the last couple of overs is where you want to take the game on. You want to build up the score as much as possible. But how does Afghanistan handle these last 9 overs?
Again, it's a lovely shot, but straight to a fielder. And Afghanistan's game really, probably the biggest failing since they lost all those early wickets has been the inability to get the ones to rotate the strike. There have been a lot of dot balls in this innings.
You look at the strike rates from Numan Shah Aga, batting at 56. Played very well for his 35 though, because the team was in such tatters when he walked in with Rahimullah Zumati for that wonderful 61-run partnership. But apart from that, Rahimullah Zumati himself 35 from 87, Nasir Hassan 6 from 28, and Arab Gul right now on 9 from 39. So that rotation of strike is in the numbers as well, showing that it's not happening as much as they want.
Credit too must be given to the South African bowlers and to Captain David Teague. He's got his fields right, and the bowlers have bowled to their fields very well.
Especially in that first match against Afghanistan, there was a lot of questions about the mentality of the South African young men. The fielding placing is as if Afghanistan was just hitting them out of the game and they lost their plans. Even against India, it was the same with that wonderful partnership with Adarsh Singh and Anish Kulkarni, really taking the game away from the gentlemen. So the fight that Tiga is showing here in his field placings, they are so attacking, so aggressive, and that's what people have been calling for, to see if there's intent behind South Africa's bowling.
And because of that, he's able to have 2 slips in the 42nd over.
Riley Norton has been consistent, and he showcases that he has a variety of skills. Now whipping out the short ball. He's barely going for runs as well. Under 3 to the over is Riley Norton. Only 18 runs currently operating in his 7th. And his 7th has come to an end. The score remains at 123, and there's 3 wickets remaining. It's going to be a lot to ask of these gentlemen. But from what we've seen, not much of a power game in their hands. Their powers lie with the ball in their hands. But right now, Ngobani Mokoena with the ball. Faridun Daudzai will be just assessing the pitch and what it has to do for him once he bowls. But right now, he needs to focus on the batting, getting that score to a respectable total.
1 for 41 in 8 overs for Mokoena so far. He's had a decent showing.
Down the legs, that from Mokoena. Welcome runs for Afghanistan. Running hard for number 2. Oliver Whitehead, sharp man, but even he couldn't stop the second one.
Yeah, coming off the pad there, slowed it down and made Whitehead's job a little bit more difficult. He had to run infield a bit. But good to see some urgency between the wickets from Afghanistan as well. That's been lacking a bit.
A pretty nonchalant final power play here from Afghanistan. Very difficult to score as well because the batters didn't do their job. So Mokoena can have his money and whatever he wants against Daudzai and Momand. And his man, he's been doing a really decent job ever since his return.
Well, Arab Gul just took a little step forward there as the bowler was about to deliver. And I'm not sure if Mokoena saw it or not, but he certainly dug it in nastily and striking the batsman. Just sending him a message not to just plonk onto that front foot willy-nilly.
Short delivery, that will be signalled wide, out of the reach of Gul. Goes over the top. It's the first one for the over for Mokoena. And you know, these are the times when we say it's quite a nonchalant pacing to the game, you know. This is where all of the action comes down. That's where you see the boundaries, if no boundaries, the wickets. But here it still feels like we are in between that 30-over session of over number 11 and over number 40. South Africa have disallowed Afghanistan to kick up a gear. And they continue disallowing them as Mokoena bowls his second for the over.
I guess Afghanistan don't have too much faith in batsmen 10 and 11, so Arab Dawoodza have decided perhaps that they're only going to really launch in the last 5 overs maybe.
It's the only thing that you can wish for. But now you ask yourself, Gwena Mapaga still lurks. He's hunting for his fifer. He's on 4 from 19. He still has 2 overs to go. He's been excellent today. Sipho Potsane, he also has a single over remaining, and he's been extremely economical in creating chances, eventually getting the wickets. That wicket of Nasir Hassan. There's also Riley Norton, who still has 3 overs in himself. So just using 5 bowlers here at David Tiga. A lot of trust in his bowling attack.
Well, they've been on top throughout, so there's been no real need to look elsewhere.
Gets the edge. Luandre Pretorius flies to his right and into the webbing of his gloves. He celebrates with just a walk to pick up his helmet. It's a stunning catch and great reward for Ngobani Mokoena, who finally dismisses the one and only attack, or the last standing batters for Afghanistan. It's Dauzai who's gone, looking to cut it across, getting the feather, and he walks out.
Yeah, excellent catch by Alondra Pretorius. His 3rd of the innings, snaffling it as he dived to his right. And Mokoena just putting it out there. It was a bit wide. And the batsman trying to slash it away, but got the edge. And very frustrating for him, because he's been there for a while. He's battled it out. And really what should have been a scoring ball ends up being a wicket ball.
Great take from Luandre Pretorius. Not the greatest delivery indeed from Ngobani Mokoena, but given how consistent he's been and how he's been peppering those stumps, the line's lengths have been exceptional. Then eventually he gets the edge with the one way he thought he'd be getting a 4. How often does that happen?
Yeah, that's often the wicket-taking ball. You know, if you build up pressure with good deliveries, you kind of earn the right to bowl the slightly looser one. The batsman's eyes light up, and they often get out to the sucker ball.
He has a single delivery remaining now. Here is Allah Mohammed Ghazanfar. He comes in at number 10. He's going to be excited to bowl here. We thought that he wasn't in the team. That's because in the team sheet, it's written as his name, Allah Mohammed. Gets the thick outside edge. Gwena Mapaga. He's into the game again. Ngobani Mokoena gets 2 in 2. Something about that line outside the off stump, and the batter's looking to cut. That costs the wicket. It's 9 gone as Ghazanfar only lost a single delivery.
I'm not sure why he's hanging around at the crease. There can't be any doubt about the dismissal. Called a 3rd man.
Mapaga, he does not have his fifer as yet, but he contributes to yet another wicket. He has 4 in his bag, and that catch now, an easy one to be taken down at 3rd man. So much carry as well from the thick outside edge of Ghazanfar. Right into the hands of Mapaga. No easier than those.
Yeah, the pace and bounce in this pitch just being shown there. The ball racing to 3rd man. Mokoena's not going to get a chance just yet to go for the 3rd wicket, because it's the end of the over.
He'll be happy now. He has 3 all of a sudden with 1 more wicket remaining. Now Afghanistan are in trouble. Riley Norton, can he cause more? Would have been an exciting option to just maybe see Gwena Mapaga come in.
Shame, Ndula. Ngobani Mokoena's on a hat trick. You surely want him to have a go at it. Bowl another over. He'll be holding his breath, hoping that Riley Norton doesn't bowl too well in this over.
But to be fair, Riley Norton as well has not been in the wickets despite going at under 3 runs to the over. He goes into the block hole. Oh, might have been an opportunity there, but just bouncing in front of Juan James.
I think it was about ball off the bat. We'll just watch the replay here. Could have been chipped, could have been a bump ball. That's one you'd need to look at a bit more closely. Certainly the effort John James made, I think he thought it was a catch.
Even the reactions coming from the South African fielders suggests that maybe it might have just been a one that was chipped up. Good length, nice and full from Riley Norton. But that one just becoming a half volley, not full enough to be in the block hole. Free swing of the arms, and out for 4 it goes.
Hammered away by Khalil Ahmed.
Really whipping that ball out of there. It was nice and straight from Riley Norton. Big gap through the covers. There's no protection in the sweepers where you'd normally find a field at this day and age of the game. But Riley Norton was a little bit naughty with that previous delivery, missing his length just a little bit. The margin of error is so light.
Yeah, he has generally kept to quite a fuller length today. But as you said, without a cover sweeper, if the ball finds the gap through those covers, he's going to concede the boundary. It was well struck by Khalil.
It's so hard to get deliveries to score from. Riley Norton is not giving them any. That one was the easiest of them all, that boundary delivery, but the recovery from then onwards has been exemplary.
Well, I think he's just decided he's not going to give number 11 anything in his half now.
It's so hard for them to actually even read the length because the ball is still doing something very slight off the pitch. Khalil Ahmed goes for a wild swing. Not full enough to hit the stumps from Riley Norton. And it's going to be an over that he is happy with. Didn't get a wicket though. Went for those 4 runs. But apart from that, still keeping Afghanistan really, really true. 133 for the loss of 9 with only 6 overs remaining.
And Kobani Mokoena will surely bowl his 10th over. He's on. No. Looks like Kwena Mapaka's going to bowl. Oh my word. Mokwena's on a hat trick.
Maybe they were trying to say Mokwena, and then Kwena didn't hear the Mo. And then he decided to just take the ball himself. He's also on a fifer. Mokwena is on a hat trick. And Tiga deciding that the strike bowler is more likely to get the wickets. He's gotten 4 already. Here he comes around the wicket. Starts with a slower ball. Mapaka has an array of skills, and it's now at the death that they will shine. And I'm very happy with the adjustment he's done from the previous match. The previous match was just searching for the wickets every now and then. You wouldn't see him pitching the ball at the same area for 3 in a row, even from the beginning of the match. But right now, today, he's just understood what he has to do. Just pushing it at that one a little bit wider. Too wide, says umpire.
Well, he's got 2 slips, Mapaka, so he's clearly going to be targeting that offside channel, seeing if he can find the edge. Deep square leg, 3rd man on the boundary. Everyone else is in the ring.
Excellent captaincy. This from Tiga. Whether he brought Mokwena back or he choosing to bring Kwena back into the attack, either of the 2 gentlemen are attacking wicket or are wicket-taking options for him, and that's what he needs right now, this very last one.
There is also a fine leg on the boundary who was just hiding behind the side screen when I was doing my count of the boundary fielders.
May become a valuable asset as well. Just in case Gwenamapaga gets one which is much straighter, looking to attack the stumps, might pedal it down to fine leg and you might get that man taking a catch. But the length there will definitely not allow that, neither will the pace.
It's good defense by Arab Gul Moment, but it's not hurting South Africa at all.
If they're not scoring runs, South Africa don't mind, especially at this stage of the innings. But it's just going to be a big psychological booster for South Africa to finish them before over number 50. Going for the short stuff, making Arab Gul smell the leather and hopefully maybe smell his dugout again, but still out there.
And with the weather forecast, and obviously afternoon thunderstorms are always a possibility on the high veld in the afternoons. South Africa will want to get this innings wrapped up as quickly as possible and get their innings underway. Try and knock off the runs they require for a place in the final.
Slapping that through with disdain as Arab Gul Moment. Not even a single green shirt moved. The only person who's moving is David Tiga to collect that over the boundary fence.
Wow, fabulous hit, stand and deliver. Slapped away through the covers. Arab Gul just pounced on a bit of length and width there from Mapaka.
Mapaka really wanting that outside edge, giving that width and that length. Now searching it by force, looking to aggressively come back. It's signaled wide. We've seen stages of fierceness from Gwenamapaga, whether it's him throwing the ball upon his follow through, whether it's him staring down the batter after a mean short ball after beating the outside edge. It's what you want, that attitude of a fast bowler. It's an edge! Definitely heard it from here. And the umpire agrees. Gwenamapaga, take a bow. He's dished up an entertaining feast of bowling here, taking him only 53 deliveries to take his 5 wickets. A short ball barrage against Momand had no chance, drowning under the bounce. But it wasn't Luandre Pretorius who was drowning, catching it. That's the end of the Afghanistan innings.
Yeah, flapping at the boundary there, Arab Gul Moment. And Gwenamapaga has his fifer, 5 for 25 in 9 overs. Afghanistan bowled out in 45 overs for just 139. And South Africa will be delighted, winning the toss at batting and bowling first. And they've achieved their goals absolutely perfectly.
Beautiful stuff here, especially when your spearhead bowler is going to be leading the charge. And Gwenamapaga did just that. He leads the team out with his ball. That's his to keep with his fifer. 5 for 25 in 9 overs for the young sensation left-arm fast bowler. Dismissing 5 of them. Numan Shah, Aga, Rahimullah Zumati though in that middle order with 35 runs each. Just the stronghold of Afghanistan. Arab Gul Moment, the only other batter who to score double figures in 15 alongside Sohail Khan Zumatai scoring 10 for that really below par performance of 138. But that's all thanks to the bowling, Ken.
Yeah, while Mapaka stole the show with that 5 for 25 in 9 overs. He was very well supported. Gulbani Mokoena, 3 for 43 in 9 overs. He finishes on a hat-trick. He got 2 and 2 to end off. Riley Norton, 8 overs, none for 23, very tidy. And the 2 South African spinners really had a stranglehold on the batting in the middle overs. Sipho Potswana, 9 overs, 1 for 25. Jean James, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 17.
Superb outing for the South Africans. Exactly what they need, having to win this match. But can the batting, which has been the question mark, particularly that middle order, come back and do the job for the gentlemen? With clouds in the sky, the prediction of weather, 20 overs is the completion of play. Can South Africa do it? 139 is what they have to win. And after the innings break, we'll be back to take you ball by ball of this amazing match between Afghanistan under 19 and South Africa under 19. We return after the innings. 138 for Afghanistan has been posted. Not all wickets gone thanks to Kwena Mapaga taking 5, Nobani Mokwena taking 3. And now South Africa, in order for them to be able to play again on Wednesday in the final of this Under-19 Tri-Series versus India, have got to chase this down. There are no permutations, there are no required run rates, they just have to win. Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel will be bringing you the second innings much like it did the first. In commentaries, Ken Borland, who will be coming back after 10 overs. But right now, Pendulo Makubane is with you, the voice you're hearing. Gertz Maloney is the voice you'll hear next.
Yeah, we are very similar to the voices you hear when you're alone at home. As we see Pretorius and Stork opening up for South Africa.
This partnership has been fantastic. Nothing to laugh about, these two, because they bring their business.
How was that ice cream last bit that you had there, Padilo?
Ice cold. Just like Kalal will look to be as he starts off this innings. It was sweet as well, saucy, and much like what the stars Afghanistan will be looking for in totality.
Yeah, they want to pick up early wickets. The conditions for bowling has changed completely to what we've seen and what the forecast was. Forecast was for a lot of rain, and at the moment it is blue skies above us. There's cloud cover around, but above the old Edwardians sports field it is blue cover as South Africa trying to chase down the score. Target 140 and all to play for that final.
Indeed, quite a bit, and this partnership has been responsible for quite a lot of runs for South Africa. It's going to be so valuable, and positives is the fact that Steve Stork was able to bat past the power play. There's a lot of talks that, he's such a beautiful hitter of the ball, but he's not getting it through. He got to over number 19 in the previous match. Can he take it further? Will the match even reach that far?
Hey, Shakil.
Khalil Ahmed just pushing it on, working hard is the young man.
Calm down.
Just getting into his work. And it is Pretorius, who's had a pretty decent series. Facing up, the left-hander. Scoring a lot of runs.
2 scores of 50 to start off the Tri-Series. Going down the legs, not how you want to be squeezed, but just a slight thing because there's no wide signaled by the umpire.
Might have just had a slight feather on it. He said it was over the stumps. Was that when adjudicated too? So maybe just moving across too far. Was Pretorius?
Starts off his stance on middle stump and is very open, inviting the ball to the stumps. He walks across, covers the stump. Steve Stork might be in trouble. The calling will need to be on point, and Luandri Pretorius apologizes to his teammate.
Yeah, quick call of yes and then a big call of no, as he saw that he played that one with much more timing than he originally thought. Thought it was softer hands, and the fielder, fantastic work done to get in quickly. That was Jamshed Sadran doing great fielding there.
Wonderful shot that from Pretorius. He's known for his power game, but also for his finesse, and he shows a little bit of that there. Playing against Khalil Ahmed, who, just like Luandri Pretorius, was playing for the SA Emerging. A bunch of these players from Afghanistan were playing in the Green Afghanistan One Day Cup for a team called the Junior Champions. Most of these young men are part of that team. Playing in the lower division of Afghani cricket, also listed as List A, so Khalil Ahmed has played 4 games for those Junior Champions.
Always nice to have a foundation where you can build on. You don't want them coming from a Division 2 or a B, jumping up to this level. Does make it very hard to adapt, and by the time you've adapted, you've missed the series.
Bunch of players in that squad, which will also boost the chemistry that the team has. We see a bowling change now. It's the first coming down the south end. It's his first over. Is Faridun Dauzai.
I've loved seeing him bowling. A nice left armer, can swing the ball up front. We saw just a bit of swing there, movement away from the left-hander. Just a gentle loosener. Pretorius will feel that he should have done more with that. It was short, it was wide, and he just spanked it straight to point.
He's going to have to be careful as well, because that's how he lost his wickets against India. Their second fixture, or South Africa's third game, their second game against India. He was looking well, Luandre Pretorius. Cuts one straight to backward point. And there's no cutting a dead ball.
Yeah, just pulling out there. Might just be a little bit of a rhythm. Not feeling it at the moment. And for fast bowlers, it's all about the rhythm. Just getting going, getting into your strides, getting into your work, especially after lunch. Does make it a bit heavier on the feet.
It's so important also to just get your rhythm going in your first over. Little bit too full though, wide as well. Good shot, timing from Luandre Pretorius, but it's recovered, and it's just 2 runs as he gets on the board and continues scoring. Steve Stork yet to face a single delivery.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just to get the scoreboard going, just to get the scoreboard ticking. And as you mentioned it, Pendulo, Steve Stork in this over and a half that we've been in has not faced the delivery yet.
Both of these players, destructive, Steve Stork and Pretorius. Downside. It does bowl well for Afghanistan, the left armer. But these 2 gentlemen, Steve Stork and Luandre Pretorius, both signed for the second season of the SA20, which is easily going to be amongst the biggest T20 competitions in the world. Pal Royals got the signature of the man on screen. Pretoria Capitals got the man who is now on screen in Steve Stork. But they won't get there until this ICC Under-19 World Cup is over.
We saw that last delivery, Faradun just having a bit of a stare down with Pretorius. Fast bowler trying to intimidate the opening batter. Trying to get into his head, trying to get him worked up, maybe play a rash shot.
And it's even being supported by the Afghani fielders who are making a chatter, making a noise around the field. That's what we saw even when they were defending 88 runs, or at least trying to defend the 88 runs against India, is that they were allowed throughout that whole entire defense.
Oh, this time slashing it over point, and fantastic fielding by the wide third man. Just getting that one on the bounce, and Pretorius just slashing that one away. Very nearly got away from the third man, but fantastic fielding.
Running down to stop that is Sohail Khan Zumatai. He's already good in the field, really good with the bat. Didn't showcase it here today, losing his wicket for 10. But Dauzai, it's a steady start. Not a lot of runs in offer. And Steve Stork will be facing first.
His first delivery of the South African innings. Almost 2 overs gone. Last ball of the second.
Some good stuff here from Daudzai. Ooh, really good stuff from the field. But that overthrow will cost a single, and Steve Stork is off the mark.
And Woodside just asking the fielder, but why? There was no intent to run, and then gifting us a single. Might just be that enthusiasm just taking over as we come to the end of the second over. It is 5 for the loss of no wicket.
But don't go too close to
Steady starts from both these two. Gwanamaphara was also signed by the Paarl Royals just to showcase that there's backing of the talent. However, because of the ICC Under-19 World Cup, their names have been replaced with Keith Judgeon coming in for Gwanamaphara, paceman from the AET Tuskers, and Ngaba Peter, another young lad who applies his trade for the DP World Lions. The spinner replaces Luandro Pretorius at the Paarl Royals for the SA20. So allegiance to growing their craft in the world game and to become world champions. Here's Steve Stork, Luandro Pretorius and Gwanamaphara.
Yeah, fantastic future. As we see Kalel just, Ahmed just getting into his second over.
wide ball.
Starting it too wide outside the off stump. It's a scary prospect bowling to Steve Stork.
Yeah, he's been, in all the games we've played, he's been a destructive batter. The last game against India had a very subdued start. He was 1 of 16 at one stage, and then he just let rip from there, going on nicely. And if we just look at the run-up from Khalil Ahmed, if you look at those hands where he starts in the jump, a little bit of a Jasprit Bumrah there to him.
Gives you that feel, but he's not landing the ball where Bumrah would. Otherwise, he wouldn't be crunched through the covers for 4. Good shots from Steve Stork.
Oh, you don't want to give anything to Steve Stork where he can throw his hands at it. Don't want him playing through the line. That one was played a little bit uppish, but he only picked the huge gap in the covers. If you're going to hit the gaps, you can take a risk by playing it uppish.
With 2 slips in, one of the sacrificial lambs is on that cover region who normally goes to slip.
That, we can just see him going through that again, eyeing up this mid-on region, wanting to land it here on our cover.
What a delivery that from Khalil Ahmed. Yilla, completely not going to the pitch of the ball, Steve Stork. Just freeing his arms to no avail.
Just keeping his head up, not following the ball towards him, just played over that one. Very lucky not to get an inside edge on the stumps.
Ooh, very good comeback this from Khalil Ahmed. Not having a good time when you get the ball to pitch exactly where you want it to be, which is on that back of a length. And Steve Stork needs to just breathe a little bit.
That ball just moved away. A little slight movement through the air, and as it pitched, it kept going as well. So fantastic movement by Khalil Ahmed. He's going on nicely.
Steve Stork just needing to reassess his options.
And there is an option for you. He thought picking the gaps is getting a bit tedious. Let me just hit half a dozen and get it over with. Dropping that one short off after a fantastic delivery. Easy pickings for the power of Stork.
Wonderful shot that from Steve Stork. Right on his arc. It flies away over the top, and it's a destructive 6.
Lovely shot, just dropping that one short.
It's going to look to just rework those lines and lengths. We've seen Steve Stork is so strong on anything strong and on the hip.
And now we see one down the ground, move the cars. This one is in the parking lot. It's up and away, and a half a dozen more.
Great shot from Stork. He goes under the ball. He even gives us a nice pose. 2 full from Khalil, exactly in the arc of Stork. And he is not taking this slowly. 6 runs.
Fantastic shot. We saw him trying a similar shot earlier where he just got underneath the bat and through. And this one is out the park. Fantastic shots. And Steve Stork is just taking a liking to Khalil Ahmed.
It's great work from the opener. It's what you come to expect from Steve Stork. He's such a lively character throughout the game. The field, he's lively. He's lively as a batter, but now Khalil Ahmed is being put under the sword. His advisors in Ahmed or Ala Mohammed Ghazanfar, who's one of the leaders of the team, and Arab Gul, just giving him ideas.
Can't help but feel that Alal Mohammed Ghazanfar is going to come in earlier than expected, especially with Steve Stork on a rampage. Striking at over 200. Took about 2 overs to face the delivery, and now he's on 11 from 5. Oh, this one just clipped off the pads. And a bit of thumble there in the outfield. They might even turn for a third. And this time just sent back by Luhandre Pretorius. Lovely shots off the legs and a thumble in the field, nearly creating 3 runs, but only a double for Steve Stork. And he's moved on to 13 from 6.
18 runs in that over. Just smashing it willy-nilly. 2 sixes, 2 fours. Or 2 sixes and 1 4 rather. And a couple of singles, a couple of extras. Not a good run from Khalil Ahmed. And a statement of intent here from the South Africans to show that, well, if this rain is going to come, better come once we are done with this game.
Yes, and you've noticed that we made a mistake with the runs that Steve Stork has scored. It's because the updates are, he's scoring more faster than the updates can come through. Oh, big appeal, big appeal. He moved across a long way. Might have just hit him outside the line. The impact might have been outside the line.
It's a good ball from Dauzai. Might be height as well, shuffling across. That's why the appeal was strong, but not really as strong as it could be.
More excitement from Faridun than anyone else. Steve Stork has rocketed on to 19. And Luhandre Pretorius just happy and content, giving him the strike. Pulling up again is Faridun Daoudzai. You can just hear the frustration as he might have just started with the wrong foot. Sometimes when you get worked up and your team is under the pump and you know it's a must-win situation, you can just be a little bit too over-eager to start your run-up.
And it's the second time it's happening to Daoudzai, where he goes for his run-up and has to stop right in the middle. It's so much effort running in and bowling, and it's even worse when the team is on top of you. And they're just working the singles. Whenever the opportunity comes, they're not looking to go big, and the roles are starting to set themselves here. Looking at the score, Luhandre Pretorius on 5 from 13. Steve Stork, 19 from 9. So let's see if Luhandre Pretorius will look to give the strike to more of Steve Stork, so Stork can take the game on.
Yeah, just happy to nudge that one down to the fine leg. And like you said, Pendulo, just happy to give him the one. The way Stork has been striking it throughout this series, I can't think that, or can't expect anything else.
There can't be anything else, and the fact is we're still in the power play. They only have 2 fielders to take out, and they've chosen to take out the third man and a deep square leg where he loves to pull Stork.
Oh, clever cricket, just dropping and going, just taking the single. You mentioned they love, and just giving him something to pull, maybe work off the hip area, and he's just dropped it down in a very clever single.
It seems as if also Daoudzai just took off the pace on that one. It didn't reach Steve Stork on time because he was setting up for that big shot over cow corner. So it's good bowling, but equally just good batting from Stork.
Yeah, Daoudzai has been having a fantastic series. Exciting young left armour. Luandre Pretorius pulling this one away. And it's a maximum. It is 6 runs. And they don't want to hit boundaries now. They just want to clear the fence.
They are not playing around. Like we're saying, if you put it into the arc right on the hip to either of these two, Luandre Pretorius is just as dangerous as Steve Stork is. And it flies all the way for 6. There's no protection in the deep square leg for Luandre Pretorius.
Not clever bowling, one would say. Especially if you're going to bowl a bumper, get it up to throat height. Both these South African batters love pulling. Oh, and this time chopping it onto the stumps after the 6. Just not moving the feet and just chopping it onto that leg stump. And a breakthrough for Afghanistan.
It's gone. Pretorius was looking to go into the attack. Downside is the one who has the last laugh. Changes and goes fuller. It is the off-cutter. It's rolling his wrists over the ball. Luandre Pretorius loses his leg stump and loses his right to continue batting. After a good start in the series, scoring 2 consecutive 50s, he's now gone for yet another score below 20, this time below 10. It's 5 from 13 and it's 26 for 1.
Yeah. Just getting that one. You could just see the disappointment there. As we see the captain of South Africa coming into bat. A very important innings for him as well. He hasn't quite gotten going as young David Teager.
17, his highest score in this series, which is what he scored in the last match. It's fair to say he looked much better in the previous innings.
He looked much more comfortable batting with Steve Stork because at that stage Steve Stork was 1 of 16 and then just went absolutely ballistic.
You can see the frame of Steve Stork is massive. We were talking about Riley Norton being the rugby player. Oh, lock for SA. And Steve Stork just has the same frame and you can tell where his power comes from. Look at those arms. Look at those forearms. Are you sure he's 18 years old, this lad?
Just looking at the wicket again. Faridun bowling well. Coming in and the ball just chopped on. Pretorius disappointed.
Captain David Teager now, though. He has to face a fired-up Dowdai.
This one just down for another extra. Down the leg side. Faridun picked up the wicket, but oh man, has he struggled with his line and lengths. Throughout the series, he has been the pick for me of the fast bowlers for Afghanistan. He's bowled well, he's bowled aggressively, he's swung the ball, been very difficult to get away. And this today he's just giving a couple of freebies, a couple of long hops. Oh, how Afghanistan would love to pick up another wicket here, especially the wicket of Steve Stork. But David Teager facing up.
Goes to the other side now with the wide. Freebies here for SA as they now need 105 runs to win. And when you look at the batting lineup that they still have, apart from Steve Stork and David Teager, who are magnificent batters in themselves, still have Juan James, who averages 51 in List A cricket because he simply doesn't lose his wickets, does Juan James. Devon Murray is an excellent batter, scoring 30 in the previous match. No need to introduce Richard Seletwane for those who know. And Sipho Potane really batted well as well in the last match. So this means that the Afghanistanis have a tall order against them to defend these runs, especially a hungry team that's looking to win like South Africa. Dowdside, though, gets the wickets of Luandre Pretorius. South Africa on 34 for 1 after 4.
He's getting the wicket, but the problem that we have is we've seen that the middle order of South Africa has been very vulnerable, especially against the spin. So that is something that they would want to do, is just get that middle order in, and then they might feel they're in with a sniff.
Especially having the likes of Arab, Gul, Momand there, Ala Mohammed Ghazanfar who's there. Such a dangerous thing, such a dangerous lineup. And we see that bowling change that comes in now. was taken apart, Khalil Ahmed. And here's their lead spinner. So dangerous is Ala Mohammed Ghazanfar. You look at that run up, you think he's going to be a pacer, but he's got magic in those right hands.
Yeah, someone who tore us apart the last time around. If I'm not mistaken, he's also the one who picked up the wicket of Steve Stork in the last game they played. Struggled to pick him. Just pulling out again, another bowler. They might just feel that it's just a bit of a ploy. I see Steve Stork just asking the umpire there, really. Another one.
Yeah, he's just charging up himself here. Ala Mohammed Ghazanfar took 4 wickets for 36 in that first game between SA and Afghanistan.
And Steve Stork just said, hold on, in the arc. And I'll pop you for another 1 bounce 4. Steve Stork is not going to hang around, especially if the ball is in his half.
Really batting to his heart content here is Steve Stork. He's smashing the ball all around the ground, and this is what we've come accustomed to. He's playing as if he's at a different level. Looks so good.
Yeah, Steve Stork is looking in phenomenal touch. Didn't try and overhit that one. Just get it over the inner ring. As we see now, a change in the field and a sweep shot and lovely wrist, just making everyone jump. Security guard can only watch it go past. It is a big 6 and 10 runs first to ball. Steve Stork on a rampage.
Steve Stork is not taking anything. Everything that comes his way, he's looking to take on Ghazanfar here. And what beauty it is to take on the man who terrorized the team once before, smash him out of the attack just like he did Khalil Ahmed. And the fans in the stands now need to take cover. He's moving here, is Stork.
If you're going to come watch the cricket, make sure you bring your hands along. There's a couple of catches coming your way.
There was a reason watermelons are a thing when you come to the ground.
Oh, and nearly giving it away, Steve Stork. Just collapsing that back leg. And just lifting their head at the wrong time.
Too hungry. Too hungry. The damage is done. He's looking to take on Ghazanfar here. The ball was there, but that's what Mike Ghazanfar is looking for. He has long gone now, waiting. Man at deep square leg.
Again, just the ball just holding up in the pitch. Very important for Afghanistan that they take a page out of the playbook of South Africa, where they saw they didn't bowl it too quickly. They did hit that 5-meter mark. It just holds up in the deck. It does make it very hard to score. John James bowled brilliantly. This one just fired in and makes it very easy for the quick Tiger to go through for the run.
And even on top of that is the lengths that were setting John James apart. He hardly gave them anything to sweep. Hardly gave them anything to just work around, because he was so tight and so quick as well. And not even just quick, he was able to play around that pace. When he slowed it down, he looked dangerous, and which is why Sipopotane got the return that he did, as he was much slower in the air.
Oh, not picking the leggy was David Tiger, and this is what made this bowler so immensely dangerous. He is one of those that's just so hard to pick. He is on the scorecard as a leg spin bowler, but my goodness, he bowls everything.
Mystery, mystery, mystery. That is what Ala Mohammed Ghazanfar is. Funny enough, both his names are those of religious and spiritual deities in Allah and Muhammad, so it's godliness in those figures. Steve Stork, though, saying that, well, I have my own people that will allow you to take him on. But he did take the wicket of David Tiger, did Ghazanfar. removed him LBW, so it's no surprise that there's still a little bit of a struggle from Tiga to be fully confident. But here's Daudzai.
Pace coming onto the bat nicely. Don't think the game plan for Steve Stork would change too much. If it's in his area, he'll go for it. Just another one. Just the ball moving a tad and just starting at 2 straight and just going down the leg side again for another extra wide.
Risky to bowl the ball even there, because if he had gotten it in line where it was within the parameters, that ball might be flying out of old Eds given the form of Steve Stork. He's on 31 from 14 deliveries.
And no protection on the square leg fences. He only has a 3rd man out. And then they've got long on the fence, a very wide long on the fence are the 2 players that they have out. So going on to that pad is going to be very dangerous, because if Steve Stork just lifts it up with his pace, that will just go over the top.
And because he initiates such a golf swing when it's in its arc, they're hoping that he might miss time one to that long on, which is why he's standing so square.
Another wide, just walking across and maybe just asking the bowler to go a little bit straighter at him, and this one adjudicated wide on the offside. This time. We saw that in the previous over as well. Leg side wide and then overcompensating to the offside.
If history has to repeat itself, we're about to see a couple of boundaries too, because that's what happened when he was trying to fix it, and when he got it fixed, oh man, he got taken away.
Oh, trouble here, miscommunication. The 2 batters running into each other almost. Gotta feel that Tiga would have come off second if there was a collision.
Oh, it was going to be a problem. They're just looking to discuss this situation. It's like, okay, bruv, let me run close to the track. You run outside of the track. Walk left, pass right, run left, pass right. It would have been a terrible way to lose a wicket.
Oh, I think if that hit, Steve Stork might have been in trouble.
Might have been. Oof. Would have been a very sad way for him to lose it, given the way he's playing here today.
Lovely shot, David Tiga. Welcome back. A fantastic shot. Just standing up that one, playing it on the rise. Not the worst ball. And just a lovely timed shot through the covers.
If you're wondering why this young man is so highly rated, if you're wondering why they want him on this team, that is the perfect exhibit. Great shot. The timing was pure. And slowly, the South African captain is becoming the David Tiga of old.
Oh, that timing, sublime. There's another boundary, working it to the fence once again, just tickling it, going 2 straight, tickling it around the corner. Lovely deft touch after the beautiful cover drive, overcompensating. And another 4 to David Tiga.
Daudzai is really spraying it all over the place. South Africa have reached their 50 with the previous boundary going up to 52, now on to 56. And with Daudzai failing to comply to where he needs to be bowling, Tiga and Stork are having fun with it.
You mentioned a couple of boundaries might be coming, and if history is going to repeat itself, there should be a wicket in here somewhere as well for the Afghanistan, so they wouldn't mind that happening.
They haven't bowled as if they deserve one.
No run!
They've just been spraying it all over the show. Allah Mohammed Ghazanfar tried his best, but he too got taken away for a 4 and a 6. But it's a single ball remaining, and Daudzai has already given away 11 runs from the over.
And there'll be a change coming from his end. Even if he picks up a wicket now, I think they'll make a bowling change, maybe getting in another spinner. Just trying to stem the flow of runs, but he needs to pick up wickets.
The thing is, it doesn't look as if they're going to take a wicket, because even if he hits the stumps on that, that's not a wicket. David Tiga's not taking it kindly, but Faridun Dalzai, he's been taken apart. Don't know if he has the right to do that, given the fact that he's going at nearly 9 runs to the over. He did get the wicket against the run of play, but that's what you want to do, just to rile yourself up to say, hey, watch me, I'm in the game here.
I also think he knows that his bowling efforts have come to an end. I can't see the captain giving him another one. Already going for 25 runs in his 3 overs with 4 extras. He did pick up the wicket, but he was very, very expensive.
Here's Allah Mohammed Gazanfar. Got taken apart by Stork. But now just working his way into the over.
Can just hear the Afghanistan players just encouraging the mystery spinner. 2-3 wickets here. Easy single, just pushed down the ground. And this is something that they must just be careful of, giving them those easy singles. Keep rotating the strike. If they're going to pick up wickets in a regular interval, then it's fine. But they also don't have the runs to play with. The target is only 140.
That is the issue. There's not enough. It's easy pickings. And this is what is just going to continue happening. We saw this happen so well between Tiga and Stork versus India. Just picking the spots, taking the ones. The Indians were much more disciplined in their lines and lengths, hence the fewer boundaries. But here, they are on top, Stork and Tiga.
And got to feel South Africa's on top as well. That one just fired into the block hole, and the old shovel coming out. David Tiga digging that one out of the pitch, and an easy single. Sorry, Steve Stork digging that one out.
9 from 7. David Tiga scored a beautiful boundary. Gonna watch him just get onto his press and play the ball.
Soft hands, just asking questions. Good call by Steve Stork.
For a very long time, especially in that first game against Afghanistan, South Africa were found wanting on that back foot against the spinners. Get onto the back foot. What do we do next? We don't know, but lose our wickets, which is what has been happening through the South African camp, especially in the middle order. But right now, you can see the difference. David Tiga is comfortable to go onto the back, onto the front foot. And the running is also on the front foot. The accelerator, nitrous oxide, both pressed down. And Steve Stork makes it home for a couple.
What's nice about that is Steve Stork called that single. He said, I'll run to the danger end. I'll make it comfortably. Direct hit, different story. But all the pressure is on the fielder then. As we come to the end of another over. 7 gone in this South African innings. That means still 3 overs left in the power play. Only the 1 wicket that has fallen, that's of Luandre Pretorius.
Like you said, the man who took that wicket of Luandre Pretorius, Faridun Dalzai, has been relieved of his duties from the south end. Khalil Ahmed, he went for a torching as well. 20 runs in his 2 overs. And he now bowls to Steve Stork, the man who caused that hurt to him. But he's changed ends to the much more juicier south end for the fast bowler, looking to see if he can extract anything.
And the 2 men on the fence for him is also a very wide third man. And then also deep square, as they notice that the fine leg's got to come into the circle.
What is going to happen now? Steve Stork is on 34 runs from 18. 3 sixes. 3 sixes. 3 sixes. And just 2 fours.
The ball does travel very nicely through the air here on the high felt. Almost seems like it never stops.
And man, does it look gorgeous off the bat of Stork with his technique.
Oh, going for the big one. It's a wide ball chasing that one as there's no protection on the deep cover. Any bats over that cover region will see the ball running down for 4.
Intent already from Steve Stork. There's 3 men in the cover region. He's looking to take it on and go over the top. Usman Shinwari is at backward point. Rahimullah Zumati, he's standing at cover, that very critical cover.
Steve Stork just walking down the crease and absolutely with no disdain slapping it over the bowler's head.
That is absolutely filthy from Steve Stork. How does he do that? How dare he does that? He was walking down the crease. This is your opening bowler for Afghanistan, dispatching him as if it was a spin bowler, dropping a long hop, smashes it over the head and into the training nest at Old Ed's. What a blast.
And he's now double up on his 4s there, Pendulo. 4 6s, 2 4s in this inning of Steve Stork.
It's absolute madness. He's now into 40.
Doing it again, and this time picking out the fielder.
The timing and the way he's reading the ball is ridiculous. He's telling Tiga, careful, slower ball. You saw how late it reached him. But the thing is, even though it reached him so early and he got into position early, was already in his shot, he still timed that ball well enough to travel as quickly as it did.
It just shows you the power of Steve Stork. Another wide ball, just overcompensating, and it's all the pressure of the batter going at you. Afghanistan needs to be very careful that they don't lose patience. Wickets is going to be telling they need to be attacking. They can't bowl defensively, and with a batter coming at you, walking down the crease, and also having as much power as Steve Stork is, just causing the bowler just to drift in his line.
Does he trust in his execution here? Does Khalil Ahmed? Because if that were the case, you wouldn't mind a couple of defensive deliveries just for a bit.
Oh, and he's given it away once again as Steve Stork in the 40s. 40 of 21 deliveries. It was a ball that should have been slapped through, and he just picked the fielder, and Steve Stork and both openers back in the hut.
Dropped shoulders for South Africans, because that was not a good ball from Khalil Ahmed, giving Stork a lot of width. There's so much gap that he can find at cover, and like we told you, it's a very critical position cover. Rahimullah Zumati takes the catch, and that is the end of Steve Stork, who just slapped it to him. It's gone, and 40 from 21.
And believe it or not, I think that Afghanistan's conversation in the huddle would be, okay, guys, listen up. We've got both the openers out. They were the kingpins of the innings against us the last game round. No one else was picking the spinners. Let's just continue doing this. And all of a sudden, that 140 looks a far cry away if you can continuously pick up wickets.
It's particularly problematic for South Africa because of the vulnerability of their middle order. It hasn't shown any much of fight and grit. They tried a little bit against India in the previous match, where we saw the opening partnership of Luandre Pretorius and Steve Stork go for next to nothing, but still South Africa were able to post their highest score in 256. Richard Seletwane was not playing in that match, but he's playing here today, and he walks in to partner David Tiga.
Now at the crease is 2 very busy batters. The ones will be looked for every single ball almost. Seletwane being very quick between the wickets.
And it's interesting, both number 1 and number 2 are brutes. They will bully the batting attack. Then you see your number 3 in David Tiga, who's a much more classy and classical batter. And then you have Richard Seletwane, who plays with so much flair. He's also a phenomenal stroke maker. And here he is now, who'll be looking to take the attack on, but let's see what Khalil Ahmed would dish up first.
Oh, and nearly getting through, going for the block hole first up, and what a delivery to get. And not sure what Richard Seletswane was thinking there. Was walking in the shot.
Completely off balanced, was never in position to play that drive. His feet were moving, his head is moving. Your hands will not move in coordination, just looking to get off his feet, but that movement also nice and full, swinging away very late from Seletswane. That's why he was lucky not to get the edge.
Also lucky why didn't get bowled with 2 slips now in position.
It's going to be so important for Seletswane to just allow himself to get into the game. He loves scoring runs. People always say, why do commentators say he loves scoring runs, yada, 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 yada. But when a player has so many options and so many strokes, like Richard Seletswane, each ball that comes, you want to score. Each ball that comes, you feel like you can dominate yourself and take over the attack. And that's the type of player that he is.
And is also mentioning that he likes scoring runs. It means he likes getting on with it. It's doesn't like get bogged down at the other end. He wants to feel the bat on the ball on the bat. He wants to make sure that he imposes himself on an innings. As we see the end of the 8th, 69 for the loss of 2 wickets now. Luandre Pretorius back in the hut, 11 from 15. And the last wicket to fall was Steve Stork, 40 of 21.
Those 2 wickets falling for South Africa, not really you'd say that it's good bowling from Afghanistan. Off cutter from Faridun Dalzai outdid Luandre Pretorius. Steve Stork gave it away. And this was after Luandre Pretorius, though, prior to his wicket, smashed one for 6. Gazanfar was having a tough time against Stork, but Stork is no longer there. The man he took out in the first match, David Tiga, faces him down.
This will be the key for me for Afghanistan. And David Tiga taking him on. It looks like he's cleared the inner ring. Ball just plugs in, and a fantastic fielding again. And it is Zumati down there just flicking that one in and keeping it down to only a double.
Good stuff this from Tiga. Going onto the attack, onto the front foot. Nearly running back and grabbing the catch. But the intent is there from Tiga. Happiness for the South Africans as they see this. Happiness for the Afghanis with the opportunity nearly created.
Great fielding there on the 45. Just making sure that there's no run. Building some pressure. This is what Afghanistan is going to need.
Oh, and the chatter that's going around is immense. They are excited here, the Afghanis. David Tiga has a short mid-wicket to look out for.
Going for that sweep shot and big shot and bowled, not picking the bowler whatsoever. And Gazanfa picking up another wicket. David Tiga looking around. And why, oh why, oh why. The second game in a row, he's played a rash shot.
Looking to go big. Wanting to assert his dominance on the pitch against Allah Mohammed Gazanfar. Beautiful delivery. Never got to the pitch, never got to the line. It seems as if he just premeditated and said, yeah, whatever comes, I'm going to go big. Not the shots to do that against Tiga. And he's gone for 13. What a sorry way to lose your wicket.
As I mentioned when that ball was bowled, Gazanfar is going to be the key. Just look where he's looking. Didn't keep his eye on the ball. Hitting top off. Fantastic bowling. And South Africa, all of a sudden, 140. Looks far away. They still need 39 runs. And 3rd wicket down.
Very tough. They are halfway through. Now that 3 wickets are gone, we are into that vulnerable middle order that we talk of. Gazanfar still has a total of 7.5 overs to bowl. That's a total of 45 deliveries, and all you need are 7 magical ones. He bowled 4 magical ones in the first game, which took those 4 wickets. But here's Devan Murray, very good batter. What can he do here?
Oh, another batter last time around. Everyone's struggling with Gazanfar. This time the batter just pulling out. Aggression showed by Afghanistan, trying to rush through the overs, trying to rush the batters. 2 new batters at the crease now for South Africa.
This is what a couple of wickets can do for you so quickly as the batting side.
Oh, not picking that one. Trying to work it around the corner. It was the leggy and hitting the outside edge. Very lucky to get a little bit of bats on that, because if that went through to the pads, I think he was gone for all money.
He was going to be in real trouble, getting the leading edge as I was trying to work that around Devan Murray. He's going to have to work himself in steadily here.
This is magical bowling. He's like a magician. You don't know where the trick is coming from until it's happened.
Wonderful stuff, this from Gazanfar. The wicket he took from Tiga has really boosted the Afghanis. Devan Murray is not having a good time out there for now.
And he gets a long hop. Will be kept down to 2.
Dropping that one a little bit too short as Gazanfar, gifting it to the South Africans. Maybe looking for Devan Murray to go big and possibly hit the man who's at the poles. Just not getting the connection as we see the end of over number 9 here in the penultimate match of this tri-series for the under-19s. South Africa, they still require another 67 for the victory. They have 7 wickets in hand.
Devan Murray just having a little bit of a word. And yeah, always nice to see when they try and work up the big men. Sohail Khan, Zurmatai, maybe not the best idea.
See now, Seletwane will just have to work off this pressure. Khalil Ahmed will be happy that neither Stork nor Pretorius are there anymore. Even Tiga, who had his share. Now Seletwane will have to work on reworking this innings, because at the end of the day, this is what Afghanistan were able to do. They were down and out, and somehow they found runs in just persevering. It's what South Africa needs to take a leaf out of the page of.
And very important to note that every single time that they picked up a wicket, it's a set batter that they've picked up. As soon as someone looks like it's setting, building the platform, they just rip the carpet from underneath them. And you can just hear the chatter, and even the non-striker, Devan Murray, just encouraging Richard Seletwane, trying to counteract this amazing atmosphere that Afghanistan is creating for themselves in the field.
The game is played very much in the head as it much is played on the field. And Seletwane is keeping it steady, because these are the deliveries that Afghanistan want him to bat at. They are having a good conversation. The umpires trying to say the players must back away. Interesting to hear what he's saying. Interesting if
it's generally where you stand. You're not allowed to come in all the way to the batter. And it's just to keep some distance between the players, especially when it's a little bit of a heated situation.
It is a gentleman's and ladies' game after all. But you love to see it from Afghanistan. You love to see the intensity. You want to see them get in the face and get into the mind of Richard Seletwane, who's looking to get his game in. He hasn't been looking like the Richard Seletwane everyone speaks about in this tri-series so far. Didn't play in the previous match either, so he's looking to get his rhythm going here.
Just want to get going. If they can just go through this initial immense pressure being put on by Afghanistan. Can see the fielders just waiting to walk in. Fast bowler steaming in. Lovely slower delivery. And a bit of a smile by the bowler as well. Know that he completely fooled the batter.
Afghanistan are making a game out of this. They're making an entertaining spectacle out of this. If you are a South African fan who's on the stands, you're not looking at this match with much comfort and saying, yes, we are on top. Even though, statistically speaking, South Africa really is on top in this game. But when you watch the match, you are seeing that this is a tumultuous period that they just need to get over.
A lovely shot by Richard Seletwane. They will double up here. Working it off there, and great timing. That has actually reached the fence. Fielder wasn't able to haul it in 4 runs.
What a great way to get off strike. He had to withstand all of that pressure. Eventually, Khalil Ahmed drifts down to the pads, and off the mark is the classy right-hander. The score is up to 77 for the loss of 3, and with 10 overs gone, there'll be a commentary change as Ken Borland joins Gert Maloney.
And the run rate is going on nicely for South Africa, but that wickets column, every second or third over there's something happening, and Gazanfa is the one they are not picking at the moment, as the legend Ken Borland sits next to me, and he's been enjoying the cricket. We love the contest, don't we, Ken?
Absolutely, and it is a contest at the moment.
Oh, Nick, and another wicket. Devon Murray has been adjudged, caught behind. Gazanfa picking up another one, and this is now danger signs for South Africa. Are we about to see a phenomenal fight back by Afghanistan?
Well, they've seen this movie before in the first game, where South Africa again had a fantastic start to Steve Stolk and Lando Pretorius. They were just chasing 177, cruising at one stage up front, and then collapsed to this man Gaziantep. So South Africa will remember that day with pain. It's giving Afghanistan belief clearly today, because since the end of the power play, or rather since the end of the new ball spells, rather, as soon as Gaziantep came on, his first over was attacked and hit. Steve Stolk hit him for a couple of sixes. But since then, the wickets have started to tumble.
And that is the one thing we've noticed from Afghanistan is, even though they go for a couple, they'll make a bowling change, they stick to their guns, they stick to their plans, and they don't panic. And this is danger signs for anyone in this Under-19 World Cup as well, because it just shows the immense talent that this Afghanistan spinner has. And Gazanfa, except for Steve Stolk hitting him once or twice, has not been able to get picked whatsoever. He's gone for 20, but he's picked up 2 very important runs, and that is the wickets of Devon Murray and David Teager. Oh, it's always hard for new batters coming in to face up.
And it was quite funny to see why, while Steve Stolk and David Teager were batting together, when Stolk had just hit Gaziantep for a couple of boundaries, Teager came down the wicket, and they seemed to have a conversation where Stolk was showing with his hands how the spinner releases it and how to read it.
And again, the outside part of the bat, and looking on the onside, and the ball squirted down to third man and picked up by a point. It's going to be tough going. It's going to be tough going for South Africa from here.
And David Teager sort of punched gloves with Stolk and said thank you very much, and seemed happy that he knew what was going on, but Gazianfa got him out, and he's running rampant at the moment as he's in again. Now the reverse sweep comes out. It's gone through everything, but fielded behind the wicket, no run. I can't help thinking, I know I've banged on about this a bit, but Jean James bats number 6 for the Western Province senior team.
Just looking his action, he's got a very seamer-like action.
And run up.
It'd be interesting to know if he was a seamer in his younger days and then decided, listen, I'm not picking up pace, but oh, look at what I can do with my fingers.
Yeah, so just on Jean James, he bats number 6 for the Western Province senior team. Surely he could come up into this middle order. He's an experienced guy, one of the older players in the squad.
Oh, there we can see him just getting a bit of bat, and a reverse sweep played through the slip cordon.
Well, slip was kind of in business there. Couldn't manage to get hold of it. But obviously Whitehead just getting enough bat on it to get it past slip. Living dangerously though. One feels every delivery Gazianfa is in the game here.
Yeah, Whitehead just trying something different because they're not picking him, just trying to get him off his lines and lengths.
Better good defence there. And that ends another enthralling over with South Africa wobbling at.
As we just have a look at his bowling action again. And just as soon as they think they've picked him, you can see it just coming up. Nice high front arm action going through and then just working everything through the fingers.
Yeah, and those fingers will do different things for different deliveries. So it's not just a straightforward matter of watching the wrist. There's a lot else going on there. So South Africa 81 for 4 after 11 overs. And just remembering a handful of overs ago, they were 69 for 1. So things are happening for Afghanistan at the moment. They're buoyant, they're happy, and why not? They're back in this game.
Oh, big appeal.
Bad first ball. Oh, Seletwani certainly misreading that delivery from Arab Gul Mahmoud.
Very lucky there that got away with it.
And this time goes past the edge. Oh, South Africa once again all at sea against the Afghanistan spinners. South Africa used the new ball really well when they were bowling to reduce Afghanistan for 25 for 4.
Good ball,
It's been the opposite for Afghanistan. The new ball hit around a bit, but they fought back superbly with the spinners. Too short from Arab Gul. Slapped down to long on for 1 by Seletwani.
Got to feel that Seletwani should have done a little bit more with that one, even if it's double up, as we see a no ball, front foot no ball. Free hit to Whitehead.
A little bit criminal by the spinner to bowl a no ball, but he does have quite a quick run up into the crease. Fast arm action as well. Afghanistan can change the field because the batsman took a single. Too short again, but it's quick and it's difficult for Whitehead to get away. Well fielded by the bowler.
That looked like decent pace. Actually, that one came through very quickly. Whitehead not able to get through the line of the ball.
And bang back on target, the bowler. So South Africa needing 140 to win this game.
Good ball,
And
good
to
ball, good ball, bache.
give themselves a place in Wednesday's final
Yes,
against
support, cover,
India.
khali bache, dash.
Small target, but as you feared, if they lost a couple of wickets, Afghanistan can squeeze this middle order that hasn't really performed in this tournament. Sweep, he just got a glove on it. Short fine leg fields. And the end of a threatening over by Arab Gul Mamun. He was the other bowler who ripped through South Africa in their first meeting, also got 4 wickets, mostly in the lower order.
Yes, he did rip through, but the problem we have is we're not picking his wrong one either. He does have a very beautiful wrong and he bowls. And he does have that quicker one as well. We saw that previous one when he was facing the free hit. Just rushing Whitehead. And Oliver Whitehead just trying something different, trying the sweeps, reverse sweeps, trying to counter the spin.
Yeah, both these bowlers bowl at a pace that makes it really difficult to come down the wicket to them. So that option is probably not on the table. Gazanfo to Selitswani, well flighted. Nicely played along on. They're thinking of 2. There was a misfield, a bobble.
And a second bobble, and very lucky.
But what the fielder did well there was he got to the ball quickly.
Yeah, covered great ground was the leg spinner, Momant. Changing the
84.
field as he comes in to the circle.
Watchful defence. 84 for 4 inside the 13th over. So 56 more runs needed. The required run rate certainly isn't an issue after that sensational assault by Steve Stolk. Worked around the corner very fine and very nicely by Whitehead. That's a good shot. And the boundary wins. 4 runs to Whitehead and South Africa.
Great effort. A lovely chase. And as it goes down that hill, it does almost feel like it's always going away from you. But it also teases you just to say, come fetch me. You do have a chance. And, just lovely wrist work by Whitehead on that occasion.
Yeah, the field slopes away pretty much to all the boundaries here at Old Edge. The table is a little bit elevated. Watchful now by Whitehead.
Gazanfar just taking the pace off that last delivery, giving it a little bit more flight. They do have Momant here right in front of us on the long on boundary, trying to entice him to go over the top.
The reverse sweep comes out. He's got something on it, I imagine. And it's 4 more runs.
As I said, Whitehead just doing something different, and it's paying dividends at the moment. A very high-risk cricket, one must say. But nothing ventured, nothing gained, I think he feels.
I suppose if he gets that front pad outside off stump, then it's not as much of a risk. And it just makes the bowler maybe change his lines a bit.
It definitely made him bowl that last one a lot quicker than he did the previous one.
So end of the 13th over. 88 for 4.
And this is just the ICC Under-19 Men's World Cup. This future stars as we started with South Africa versus West Indies. Then a very interesting one, Ireland versus the USA. That'll be in Bloemfontein. Bangladesh taking on India, England and Scotland. And then the first game for Afghanistan will be against Pakistan in East London.
Neighbours and fierce rivals. The Selitswani drives nicely, but good work by the man at mid-off to stop that going through. There's no protection on the boundary out there, so important stop by him.
That's the big fast bowler, Khalil Ahmed.
South Africa playing all their pool games in Potchefstroom. But short! And Whitehead couldn't put it away.
Very lucky that didn't take the bails as well. Went across a very long way, and it was just fired in by Momont. Very crafty leg spinner.
Bit over pitch. Good stop at cover.
Lovely timing by Whitehead. Just unable to pierce that wall of blue at the moment, it must feel for them.
He's coming in look very busy. He's got 12 of 16, but there's been a lot of intensity to his batting, and there's a really nicely, sweetly struck sweep. Deep square leg will come across and keep it down to just one.
And the Afghanistan captain has done a great job knowing his bowlers as well as he has. Knows exactly the angles have been good. He's got...
That'll be one down to long on. Mistimed a bit by Seletwane.
he's got one down at deep square for the leg spinner, then also the sweeper on the offside. And then he's got long on in place, but long off is in the circle. Just wanting them to go over the top on that offside. And that normally creates the gap that he's looking for with a wrong on. You can play a little bit expansive, a little bit away from your body, and the ball can just turn between bat and pad instead of the normal leggy.
Yeah, he's been hiding the wrong on a little bit in the spell so far, but it's bound to be coming fairly soon. End of the 14th over, 95 for 4.
Gazanfa continuing has been the main and the pick of the bowlers for Afghanistan throughout this tri-series. He's conceded 33 runs.
Oh, on the back foot and gone. LBW. Oh, you can't go back to this man when it's that full.
Criminal, criminal, criminal. They're struggling to pick him. Fuller, a little bit quicker. Seletwane picking the wrong one. And it just clutters into his back leg. Trapped right in front. And immediately lifting the finger was the umpire.
Yeah, it looked all very adjacent. Trapped on the back foot. And Seletwane goes. LBW to Gaziantep for 8 of 16 deliveries. And South Africa slide further. 95 for 5 now.
Oh, this is going to become a very interesting finish, I feel. As the new batter's coming to the crease, and we've seen that it's not easy coming to the crease to pick the bowlers, to pick the wrong ones. I think John James is the one coming in to bat. Oh, sorry, and they're just doing something different. Getting the big man in to bat. Sending in Riley Norton. Maybe just wanting to get the right-left combination.
Yeah, because at the moment the spinners are establishing a bit of a stranglehold here. And they just want to break that dominance a bit. But will they be up to the wiles of Gaziantep? And there you see the log and how South Africa have to win this game in order to go through the final. They're ahead on net run rate already. So if they win the game, then obviously they go through. Both teams will be on 2 points, but South Africa will have the better net run rate.
And the equation is simple. They need 45 runs. They got more than enough balls to do it. But they're halfway through their batting innings as well, as 5 wickets are down. Gazanfa is picking up his third. He's gone for 33, but that was Steve Stork hitting him for a couple of boundaries. It was a boundary and a 6. I think he conceded 13 runs in his first over, and from there he has just absolutely bamboozled all the batters.
Yeah, and then you just saw the Under-19 World Cup fixtures for the opening few days ago. And free entry for all matches. So do get down and watch the future of global cricket. There have been so many of the biggest stars of the modern game who first revealed their talents at the Under-19 World Cup. Thinking Virat Kohli, Kagiso Rabada, Ben Stokes. So Riley Norton, the left-hander, is facing up to Gaziantep. He's going to come around the wicket.
Oh, different prospect now for the left-hander.
Leg slip and slip in place.
Oh, everyone intrigued with this game. Only 2 men on the fence.
Norton nicely behind that one. It was a little bit short. Probably had time to read it off the pitch.
And also you can just see the extra cover also walking in nice and quick. Wanting to cut off that angle for the cover drive. Just allowing Gazanfa to go a little bit fuller. So if it's upish, he's in with a shout.
Cut this time. But fielded after a juggle or two.
That's what happens when you're bowling well and a bit of a mystery spinner. Your new batter comes in, you get a loose one like that, and he just plays it tentatively, can't get it through the gap.
Yeah, there's the wrong one.
Well spotted, well left by Riley Norton. Noble front foot. Ken, this is criminal.
Both these spinners have now bowled a no ball, but they both have very quick run-ups. They come charging, especially Gaziantep. He's got a long run-up. It's like a medium paces run-up almost. So perhaps not too surprising if he oversteps from time to time. But a chance here for Riley Norton to get his innings underway. A free go at Gaziantep. Down the pitch and driven away through extra cover. Beautiful shot. 4 runs.
That ball's absolutely muscled through there. Nothing flair, just absolute muscle. Riley Norton, a very good batter in his own right. Does strike it nicely. The right-left combination might just work here for South Africa. Still a bit under pump. Those 40-odd runs that we need. Only 5 wickets in hand.
Solid by Norton. Solid defence to end the over. We saw Steve Stolk used his brute strength and no little skill either to great effect up front. He lashed 40 of 21 deliveries with 4 sixes. A couple of those shots were just absolutely phenomenal. I think of the pull over wide long on. And the straight 6 off Gaziantep as well. Exceptional shots. And Riley Norton looks like he's going to bat in a similar style.
40 more runs to get in the next 35 overs. Run rate was never the issue for South Africa. We knew once that opening pair goes, we've shown that we do crumble under the pressure. Is it going to happen again? You mentioned that they've seen this movie before, as Afghanistan. I think South Africa has seen this horror film before.
The sweep, nicely executed. This could go all the way to the boundary because he's got it fine. Yeah, super shot by Whitehead. He's been very confident on the sweep and he's pulled that one off really well.
This one played with lovely hands. Getting around the corner, getting into that 45-degree angle. Beating the square leg, a deep square. And so we'll just ease Whitehead a tad as well. He's been sweeping and missing a lot.
It's clearly a shot he's comfortable with though. He goes to it a lot. 17 off 20 balls now. Whitehead. Oh,
That's fooled everyone.
bowler got into a tangle there.
Said, hold on, I did that on purpose. I want to change the field.
Yes, to spare his embarrassment, he's now having a chat to the wicketkeeper. So it's a bit like when your cat ever like falls off something or does something embarrassing. It immediately has like a distraction behaviour. It'll go and do something else.
I meant that.
Nicely punched off the back foot, but no run.
The equation is now simple. 36 runs for a spot in the final, or 5 wickets for a spot in the final.
Good defence by Whitehead. He'll be looking to take South Africa home here.
I think this is the partnership they want to take South Africa home.
I still would have liked to have seen John James battle up the order a bit.
Yeah, well, Riley Norton sent in a little bit earlier than predicted, and I think it's because of the right-left combination. It also just allows them, if they can get the rotation going, just to throw the bowlers off their lines. But Afghanistan thus far have done a fantastic job.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. Just to try and disrupt these two spinners a bit. The right-left combination. As another over goes by, 16 gone, 104 for 5. So South Africa nearing that target. Not quite home yet, with the two spinners still having a lot of overs left. Ghazanfar's got 4 left, and Arab Girl Momont has just bowled his 3rd over. So it's going to be a testing time. One feels South Africa going to have to face spin the rest of this innings.
Yeah, I don't think they'll bring back the seamers. Unless there's a couple of wickets, a cluster of wickets, they might bring in the left armour just to finish it up. But the right-left combination, Momont has been bowling well, but this is the danger man from Afghanistan, already picking up 3. Ghazanfar coming in.
The leg slip is gone now for Riley Norton, given the good start he's made, but the slip's still in place.
Yeah, this is one batter I don't think they'll get into the face too much. Although the chat is up, spirits are up. Afghanistan might just feel that they're in with a shout. They got to believe that they're in with a shout, especially with this man operating. Ghazanfar is a phenomenal bowler. 3 for 38, busy with his 7th.
In trouble there, they went the other way. Too high though. But Norton did not read that one.
I love this angle coming over the wicket instead of around the wicket. Definitely too high. Norton is a tall man and it hits him on the thigh pad. Oh, a lot of bats on that one. Just running it down.
No, leg bars. Fuller from Ghazanfar, but going down the leg side.
I'm pretty sure I heard 2 noises there. Might have been the bat just hitting the pad on the way through. Doesn't matter for South Africa. It's another run to the scoreboard. Afghanistan getting very animated in their appeals now. They know that they're so close. As the late great Shane Warne said, add 2 more wickets at your wicket column and see how you feel then. And I think then Afghanistan would feel that they're in with a big shot of reaching that final.
Yeah, they've shown a lot of desperation in this bowling innings as Ghazanfar now just runs through the crease. You do feel though that if a wicket does fall, it is going to be very tough for a new batsman coming in to face up to the spin barrage straight away. So 1 wicket could well bring 2. Nicely done by Whitehead. Very good, delicate touch. And he's picked his spot beautifully. That's 4 more runs.
Difference between that reverse sweep and the others that he's played is this one was played with a little bit more finesse placement instead of trying to force it through the gap. And also the full toss always helps a bit as well.
Takes the spin out of the equation when you meet it on the full. But yeah, it was just a nice little paddle rather than the full-blown reverse sweep. And a lovely way to end the over. 4 runs. Takes South Africa to 109 for 5. So there's 31 more runs needed. Oliver Whitehead's done a great job. 21 not out off 26 balls.
He's done a fantastic job. And Norton getting that boundary off the free hit. First time around, going to be facing the leg spinner. Might just be eyeing up that cow corner boundary.
There is a man out there. There's a man at long on. And a man at the cover sweeper position. Yeah, that's it, I think.
Those are the 3 boundary riders that Afghanistan has. They not too many men out. They know they got to pick up wickets. They can't go too defensive because giving away easy singles just make it easy for the South Africans.
Norton really has just defended well. He's doing the right job. Waiting for the loose delivery. Something he knows he can hit, but otherwise solid in defence and supporting Whitehead very well.
Oh, the wrong one again, just pushing it across the left-hander. Not wanting the ball to turn back into him.
He saw the short length there, Norton, and thought he could get that one away, but it zipped through. That's better placed to the right of cover, and they'll get a quick single.
Just hear the applause there. Applauding every run now with the South Africans. Appreciating every run. 1 more ball to go in the 18th over.
And that's another one off the runs required, which now goes down to 29 more runs required. South Africa are 111 for 5 after 18 overs.
And the way they were going in the power play, we almost thought that we'll be home by now. But it just shows you what a couple of wickets can do if you can keep getting and picking up the all-important wickets. As we see a bowling change for the Afghanistanis, bringing in pace. A very brave call this is, I think.
Could they be looking for a change of ends for Gaziantep? I wonder.
I can't think that they'll leave him out of the attack completely.
Khalil Ahmed is back from the northern end to Whitehead. Nicely driven.
Yeah, Khalil Ahmed, it was just Steve Stork who took a liking to him. He went for 32 runs in his 4 overs. He did pick up the wicket of Steve Stork in the end. Not a great delivery. It was short, it was wide, it was just cut into the hands of the point fielder.
Nice sharp catch though by Rachibullah Zerti, lunging down to his right. It's a lovely punch, but well fielded.
Which means we'll stay on Nelson. Feet in the air, 1 foot. Bit of cricket superstition for everyone.
Oliver Whitehead has really batted impressively here. He's looked good off the front foot. Very solid, but also has played well off the back foot as well. He's got those sweeps. He's got a broad range of strokes.
This one just over pitched completely, and Khalil Ahmed must just stay patient where he was. Just force them back, and if you're going to go a little bit fuller with the height he delivers from, I'm very surprised that he hasn't gone for that block hole yet like he did with Richard Seletswane when he first came to the crease. That ball nearly snuck through.
Yeah, Seletswane nearly got a first ball. That was nicely played though by Whitehead. Just not taking any risks, not trying to overhead it at all. He was just happy to steer it wide of the point fielder for an easy single. Slashing drive, it's edgy, and there's no third man. So that's another boundary for Riley Norton.
You know, that man they've got covering that fence is between a deep point and a third man, giving them an opportunity both ways. Riley Norton just throwing his hands at it, and it's flying away over this luscious green outfield. And Riley Norton picking up his second boundary in his innings. The first one much more convincingly than the second one.
Takes him to 13 not out, so he's making a valuable contribution here. Good comeback by the bowler.
It was just something. You could hear the grunt. Just a bit more back into that ball. And it just took off. And lucky for South Africa beating the outside edge of Riley Norton. And very unluckily for Khalil Ahmed missing the edge. He's got that extra slip in. He's playing with one slip the whole time. They did move the third man around a little bit finer.
And that will end the Khalil Ahmed over. 116 for 5 after 19 overs. So just 24 more runs required by South Africa. As we'll just see if there is going to be a change of ends for Gaziantep. Looks like it.
We just see him on the screen there, just showing where he wants the fielder to stand. He wants a very short catching when he walks in, where he wants him to finish up.
He's got 3 overs left, Gaziantep.
And he's picked up 3 wickets already, going for that fiver. And this will be the 3 overs that I feel will determine the route of this match.
Yeah, if South Africa can see these 3 out, they should be safe. He's still just very carefully placing his short cover. Here he comes, slip in place as well.
Oh,
Much slower delivery from Gaziantep.
and finding the inside part of the bat once again. And every time that has happened, we've seen one of the sweeps coming out.
And it's reverse, well fielded by slip. Great effort there by Hassan Aisekul, the opening batsman.
Hey, Shaquille has pretty good hands, very agile. And as I mentioned, the reverse sweep came out again. Almost looked like a Karen ball, that one. It shot off the deck.
He does bowl them, Gaziantep, so he's got a lot of party tricks, this man. He's going to be exciting to watch during the World Cup.
Yeah, because in this tri-series, everyone has had an opportunity to have a look at him, as we see just a single just jotted down to the square leg. We've had teams that was able to have a look at him, play a couple of games against him, and they still struggle to pick him. So it'll be interesting to see what he does against the Pakistanis, the first outing they'll have.
I'm sure the Pakistan team analyst will be poring over the footage from this series to see what little giveaways, telltale signs he can pick out. Around the wicket now, Gazanfa to Norton.
I actually enjoyed it when Gazanfa was bowling over the wicket to Norton. Just gives him that opportunity for that variation that he does bowl. Did struggle to pick him over the wicket, but he's such a skillful bowler.
Yeah, Norton showing that he has a very solid defensive technique, and that ends Gazanfa's 8th over. It's 117 for 5.
And we'll also see a change in commentary as the deep voice will come back. Ladies, please make an orderly line. It's Pendulo Makubane.
Deep voice and deep wisdom as well. So South Africa just 23 runs away from a place in the final of this triangular series.
It's just around the corner, that final as well. Just 2 days from now on Wednesday, India, they're just sitting and watching to see how it'll all end up here between blue and green. But it seems as if it's green for the boys in green and gold. Oliver Whitehead has taken on the mantle pretty well, and Riley Norton in support, understanding that there's so much time left in the game and using that so well.
Yeah, they've done well. There was a really worrying clatter of wickets for South Africa, but Norton has come in and brought some stability.
Big appeal coming from the wicketkeeper. It's unheard of from the umpire, who just walks away as the ball trickles away. A huge blow here for the fights for Afghanistan as Arab Gul can't bring it back. Goes for 4.
Well, Afghanistan appealing for LBW, but that was never going to be given out, considering that the umpire has given runs, not off the pad. So 4 more to Whitehead, and while Norton has defended solidly, Whitehead has been busy and brought lots of innovation, and it's been a super little innings by him.
Especially given the fact that the wrist spinner was so potent in that first game and first meeting between these two. He also took 4, just like Ala Mohammed Gazanfa. And the front foot so pure from Whitehead.
He's played nicely off that front foot. He gets far forward. Very solid in defence off the front foot.
Reversing his sweep. There's a man standing at the very short third man. You can even say it's fly slip. Nearly just causing himself into being a little bit of a pickle, did Whitehead. But he continues to jam on. 28 from 39.
From our angle, he's actually in line with the wicketkeeper and the batsman. You can barely see him.
Indeed. But the job of the batter is to be aware of all the threats that are surrounding you. Oliver Whitehead able to survive. It's 121 for 5 now, and that deficit is just around the corner. 19 to win.
And importantly, they are seeing off the danger man, Gazanfa. He's only got 2 overs left. Arab Gul Mohammed, he's got 5 overs left, so he'll no doubt keep trying, keep plugging away from his end.
Trying to use what has been the apparent weakness to South Africa's batting order. The spinners still having a share of 8 overs remaining, and with just 19 runs to win, the game might end with them in operation. And if they're able to do that without losing any of more wickets, able to withstand the pressure from the spinners, which has been their bane throughout the tournament, how good will that be going into the final and into the World Cup?
Yeah, South Africa are bound to come up against a lot of spin bowling in this World Cup tournament. Potchefstroom sort of pitch where sometimes there's not much in it for the quick bowlers, so spin will be used, and this will give them a lot of confidence.
Big appeal that coming from Arab Gul Momand, but the umpire saying that there was bat from Riley Norton.
He's a very tall man, Riley Norton, and he's stretched way forward there. So he's nearly halfway down the pitch. Highly unlikely to be given out to LBW.
Playing a very sturdy inning here is Riley Norton. Strong man, big lad. Bowled pretty well, no wicket. Fighting back with the runs, but just controlling it here.
Yeah, he looks a very useful all-rounder. Bowled first change, good pace, looks like a guy who can hit the deck hard, bowls a heavy ball, and he's come in and done a good job here with the bat.
Pushing away Ala Mohammed Ghazanfar. Coming around the wicket now as he changes his angle. Just struggling with his run-up, just like Faridun Daudzai.
Yeah, Daudzai bowled with good pace up front. Not sure who's quicker between him and Kwena Mapaka, but he didn't quite have the same control as South Africa's left arm quick.
Mapara, if he's listening, he's just raised his eyebrow right now. He probably looks at himself as the fastest under-19 bowler in the world. It's like, huh? Especially after taking a fiver.
He bowled superbly, don't get me wrong.
Ghazanfar here is holding it strong, have taken those 3 wickets. It was such a scary period, as you mentioned earlier on, Ken, coming in. Firstly, taking out David Tiga. Richard Seletwane was also his victim. Devon Murray was his latest scalp, and that just shows the caliber of the wickets that Ghazanfar is getting. He has 1 more over remaining as we see a close to over number 22. The score is currently stationed at 121. Just 18 more, no 19 rather, more runs to win.
Yeah, well, South Africa were cruising at 69 for 1, but in the space of half a dozen overs, they went from there to 95 for 5, and trouble was brewing.
But now they just unscrambling that fermentation of wickets. They saying, nope, there's no more now. We're going to easily take our way into the end of the game, see out these spinners because they have an upper hand on the fast bowlers. Khalil Ahmed is going at 7.4 runs in his 5 overs. His opening partner in Faridun Daudzai, he's going at over 8 runs to the over. So that just shows that the fast bowlers don't have it here against the South Africans. It's been able to be taken away. So after outseeing these 2 batters, or bowlers rather, South Africa going to be in really good stead to get quick runs.
Yeah, well, it's the last throw of the dice really for Afghanistan now. They need a couple of wickets urgently, very quickly. And Arab Gul moment, you can see the action, very reminiscent of Afghanistan hero Rashid Khan.
Dare I say it looks over 90% the same. He'll be looking to extract some of the skill that one of the greatest Afghanistani players who has ever been produced by them. Doesn't he wear number 19 as well?
I think he does, yeah. We've discussed this the other day. Arab Gul not scared to take the responsibility of wearing his hero's number on his back.
Gets a big appeal, but doesn't want to hear any of it, does the umpire, and they don't dispute much, Afghanistan.
I imagine Whitehead got outside off stump there with that front pad, so safe to miss it. As long as it does hit the pad then and not go onto the wickets.
Was going for an attack there, and of course you can't be adjudged leg before wicket if the impact in your pads is outside the line of the stumps. So the umpire did not even bother to make a decision. But we see the end to over number 23. There are just 17 more runs for South Africa. One more over for Ala Mohammed Ghazanfar, who's bowled the single maiden in the innings and has 3 wickets in his bag.
This now probably is the very last roll of the dice for Afghanistan. If Ghazanfar doesn't get a wicket here, then I think that'll be that for them.
Ooh, starting with a good one. Just a quicker through the hand, quicker through the air, nearly looking for that edge. Riley Norton has the backward point to deal with a deep point as well. It's a very sketchy looking situation there.
Heard something. It almost sounded like a nick.
Second time Riley Norton has looked to take on Ghazanfar, beaten by the pace, beaten by the bounce of the spinner. Doing an excellent job. But he needs more. Just a wicket. It's going to be hard to come by though if it's being bowled down the legs. And worst of all, if it's been adjudged 5 wides. Those are 5 extra runs that South Africa could not ask more of. And it's not the way that Afghanistan are looking to close off with Amagul Ghazanfar.
And South Africa now just 2 maximum hits away from victory on 128 for 5. 12 runs needed.
So close. So close. Those 12 runs. You look at it from the highest optimistic's point of view and say it's just 2 blows away. And then it's over. But there are still so many deliveries remaining.
That's you, good ball.
Wonderful stroke that through the covers. Has to run across from cover point, does Jamshid Zadran. And able to bring it back. Good running between these two as they add 2 more to the score.
And Ghazanfar now has just 2 more balls remaining in his 10th over.
Heard the crowd cheering. I'm trying to understand, are they cheering the fact that Ghazanfar has reached a half century of runs? 3 for 50 now. 1 more ball remaining. South Africa just need 10.
Good bowling, Sayesh, Shaba.
And they seal off the overs of the very dangerous Ala Mohammed Ghazanfar. He closes off his spell. 10 overs. He goes for just 50 runs. Taken the very dangerous wickets of the middle order. 3 in the form of David Tiga, Richard Seletswane and David Murray. Bowled well, but Afghanistan now 9-10 runs that they have to defend. Over half of the innings remaining.
Yeah, I think South Africa will be pleased that they played Ghazanfar with much better intent today. Getting those 50 runs off his bowling speaks to that. Yeah, he did get 3 wickets, but he wasn't able to totally strangle and dominate them.
Arab Gul is another man who was able to take 4 wickets in that very first game against the South Africans. He was even more economical in that game, scoring just 2.29 runs to the over with the South Africans. And taking those 4 wickets in just 5.4 overs. That is an immense strike rate.
Yeah, he kind of ran through the lower order a bit after Gazafan had ripped through the middle order.
That's the added benefit here for the South Africans, that they were able to see off Gazanfar. Now that threat that raptured South Africa's lineup is over. Arab Gul will be tasked with a bigger one here, with still 3.2 overs remaining. That is to get either one of these wickets so that he can then open up to Juan James, who's also a fine batter. Sipopotsane comes after that, who's also himself a pretty fine player.
Yeah, Potsane got a nice 31 against India the other day. Showed that he can bat. Oh, bit of confusion as the short third man came across quickly.
Riley Norton is also showing that he has the temperament to just ease himself through an innings, play the situation. The current situation doesn't need high risks. That's such a good single as well, because the mid-on is standing on the ring, so there is a single if you just push it well enough.
Yeah, Khalil Ahmed was very deep there and pretty wide too, and nicely judged by Norton. He'll keep the strike for the next over.
Halfway through the innings, Afghanistan are halfway through the South African batting lineup, but there's only 8 more runs to win for the boys in green and gold. That will seal their final in the Under-19 Tri-Series. This is in preparation for the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup, which will be starting just in a couple of weeks' time, the 19th of January 2024.
Yeah, there'll be a few official warm-up games before the tournament proper starts. But certainly one feels India, one of the favourites for the competition, the defending champions. South Africa playing at home. They've got a boxer's chance, I guess, and Afghanistan. We saw Bangladesh win in 2020. You never know, they don't look too bad a side. But these 3 teams probably with a bit of an advantage because they've had time to get used to local conditions.
So important. Those are 4 games that they've been able to play, and the winners of this will be able to have a pleasure and privilege of playing the 5th. Here is Nasir Hassan. He'll be bowling his first over. 8 runs to win.
Leg stump half volley, not the best place to start, but he's got protection.
Very easily fended off from Riley Norton. It's just been the nature of his innings here today. 14 from 37 deliveries, not searching for the runs, not playing at deliveries that he doesn't have to play at, waiting for the ones that come into his scoring arc and easing it for the whatever runs that are available.
Yeah, he's used some very good judgment and a very good calm innings by the all-rounder. Stability, I think, is what he's really brought to this innings.
Even his call is loud. He says, let's go for 2. He was eager to come back for 2, but Oliver Whitehead would be coming back into the danger end. He too is playing a very fine knock here, taking South Africa through a very tough patch.
Yeah, he's been impressive. 31 not out now, or 49 balls. Came in during a real pressure situation. Clatter of wickets around him. Spinner Gazan for running rampant. Arab Gul on at the other end, also taking a wicket.
Sliding down the legs this time, naughty Nasir Hassan flashed wide. Riley Norton was looking to go at that. There's a man who's standing down here in Khalid Ahmed in deep fine leg. Driven well, driven with precision from Riley Norton, just easing it through with his bodyweight transfer. But Ala Mohammed Kazanfar putting his body on the line despite whatever South Africa needs. He stops that from being a boundary. South Africa take 3.
Nice hard punch down the ground by Riley Norton, showing his strength there. Batsman nearly collided on one of the runs. We also saw a near collision between Steve Stolk and David Teager.
But at least they make the runs come to life. And because of that, there's 2 more to win. Exquisitely played from Oliver Whitehead. That is how you close off the match. It doesn't have the legs to reach the boundary, tasking Ala Mohammed Kazanfar to stop that. But it's not going to be enough. South Africa, after starting very poorly below their standards, having had a team that won the Division 2 of South Africa's List A competition, the CSA One Day Cup, they finally get their mojo going. It was coming and coming with steady improvement, and with 5 wickets, they take the victory against Afghanistan.
Yeah, they've chased down 140 after a wonderful bowling effort, it must be said, led by Quenema Parker with his 5 for 25. And there was also a very good support from the other bowlers. Mokoena got 3 wickets. It was just a really tidy all-round bowling display. Spinners Sipa Patswane and Jean James were outstanding as well. But then needing 140, we had as usual, a great start between Luandre Pretorius and Steve Stolk. And from 69 for 1, there was that wobble though, where South Africa slipped to 95 for 5. But Oliver Whitehead and Riley Norton, hats off to those 2 young men, because from that tricky position, they've seen South Africa home to victory.
A 45-run partnership for the 6th wicket was what it took. And that is what has been the missing piece, a strong outing in the middle. And that is what South Africa have received with that 6th wicket. They take it home with 5 wickets. And for this under-19 tri-series, we will be having a final come this Wednesday, the 10th of January, where we will see the boys in green and gold, South Africa under-19. They'll be taking on the under-19 ICC Cricket World Cup defending champions, which are the mighty India. What a clash that is going to be.
Yeah, do join us again. We'll be bringing you the live coverage of that final again. Do join us on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel or on Pitch Vision. Just a little bit before 10 a.m. in the morning.
That's what it's going to be. The final between South Africa and India live here at Old Ed's Cricket Club. It is all to see. Ken Borland has let you know where you are going to be watching that match, just like he brought you the beautiful broadcast of this final match of the group stage. 4 have been played by each team. South Africa stay at the 2nd position, and they'll be playing 1st position India after winning by 5 wickets, thanks to Steve Stork at the top taking the mantle on. But Gwena Mapaga, the pick of the players. Who is going to take it home as they prepare for the ICC Under-19 Cricket World Cup? We will be chatting again, we'll be watching again, and we'll be excited again come Wednesday, the 10th of January, where India will be taking on South Africa. We'll be bringing it to you live on the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel, side by side with Pitch Vision. From me, Mpendulo Makubane, Ken Borland and Gert Maloney, and the exciting production crew who have been bringing you this coverage. We will meet again in 2 days' time for the Under-19 Tri-Series final between South Africa and India.